Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Classes 2, 3, and 4 be making your way to ringside. Class 1 is currently in the ring.
Good morning. As we start our junior show today, we're going to start with this little black-headed doe. She's really stout in terms of the way she's designed. We appreciate that about her. She's big-ribbed, lots of muscling down through that forearm and down through the stifle. I like that about her. The second place individual is slightly flatter-sided, not quite as round and cylindrical in her rib shape. In terms of her length of body, she certainly excels in length and extension. We appreciate that about her. She's super flexible off of both ends. She tracks out really nice on her feet and legs. Two really nice does to start our show today. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 1. First, entry 003, Olivia Rosemeyer from Brookville, Indiana, with 5 RF Masquerade. Second, entry number 001, Wilson Kegley from Friendship, Ohio, with WK5 SLBNK Sizzlin. Now entering the ring is Class 2. I'd like to take this time to also welcome our judge who's with us this morning, Mr. Patrick Aliff from California, a highly accomplished boar goat exhibitor, judge, and advocate for agricultural education with over 25 years of experience. Patrick has earned national honors in boar goat exhibitions and continues to be an influential figure in the industry. As an ABGA certified judge, Patrick actively participates in sanctioned breed shows nationwide, offering expertise and insights that contribute to the integrity and excellence of competitive breeding programs. His passion for agricultural education is evident in his work as a farm operations consultant, where he assists breeders in optimizing their programs for success both in production and show settings. Let's give Patrick a big round of applause for being with us here this morning. Attention in the barns, classes 3, 4, and 5. Please be making your way to the makeup ring as we'll get through some of these pretty quickly. If you did not get your showmanship tag at check-in, you can come up to the announcer stand and pick that up. If you are first or second in your class, please be sure to stay at ringside as we get into our division drives here.
We're going to start the class here with a doe that's really extended. I like the balance in this one, the femininity and the breed character she brings to the table. In terms of her line, she's super clean through her chest, across her top and her underbelly. In terms of movements, again, extremely flexible off of her feet and legs. Really, when we get her out on the move, she tracks out really nice and wide. I like this one a lot. The one that goes in the second spot here, if you want to talk about a powerhouse of a doe, she's certainly powerful. I'd like to give her the extension of the doe ahead of her. I'd like to pick her up off the ground just a little bit, maybe extend her up through that front end, but an absolutely powerful, beautiful doe, especially through the center portion of her body. And then we have our red doe here in the third hole. Again, this is one that you don't want to pick on too hard. Maybe she's not quite as framey or big at this point. She doesn't really transition out of her shoulder into her rack quite as smoothly as the two ahead of her. I'd like to pick her up there in the center portion of her rib just a bit. Maybe give her the length and the extension of the two ahead of her to be able to move her up in the class today. And then we've got the young lady here in the pink that we end the class with. Here's one that profiles really nicely. She's very maternal in her look for a young doe. She's got plenty of depth of body to her. She's just getting overpowered in terms of bone and muscle today. We just want to be able to give her more overall power from front to back to be able to move her up. Congratulations to these individuals.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 2 Percentage Doe Kids. First, entry 007. Grace Ellis from Trafalgar, Indiana, with EFG RBMG Mustang Sally. Second goes to entry number 008, Isaac Cruz Redden from Norman, Indiana, with EFG RBMG Sally Go Round the Rose. Third goes to entry 006, Tegan Walker from Michigantown, Indiana. And fourth goes to entry 009, Carly Cully from Winchester, Indiana. Class 3 is now entering the ring. I repeat, if you're not up here, Class 3 is now entering the ring. Class 4, please be making your way to ringside. First and seconds, hang out there at ringside as well, as we'll roll into our Junior Champion Percent Doe Drive here shortly. Last call for entry 9001, Ava Renner. Last call, entry 9001, Ava Renner. Your class is in the ring. Class 4, Percent Doe Kids 9 to under 12 months. Please be at ringside. Class 3 is currently in the ring. We'd also like to take a moment to announce if you are in search of any official merchandise from the North American International Livestock Exposition, it can be purchased here at the North American Country Store. And also going through the entirety of the week at the hitching post located in the front of West Hall, there will be all sorts of events in association with the rodeo.
we're going to start the class here with the doe that I think in terms of her balance and design is quite nice. She's certainly not the biggest doe in here. She's not the most extended doe in here, but I think she brings a fair amount of balance to the table for me today. She's a doe that's deep-bodied. She's got plenty of natural muscling on her. She's big and square-hip. She's by far, for me, in terms of movement, the widest tracking in the class. I appreciate that about her. I like the capacity that she has through the center portion of her body, and I think she fits that first hole quite nicely. The doe that goes in the second spot, this is the doe that has all the extension that you want in one. She's extended through the front end and through the body. We love that about her. We love the maternal value that she brings to the table in terms of depth of body. She's big boned. We appreciate that. I would like to pick her up right through the center portion of her body. I'd like to see her transition out of her shoulder into her rack just a little bit more smoothly. She wants to get slightly high-hipped for me. I appreciate the levelness out of that hindquarters, but I think she's a little too level. I think that transitions right down through that last 1/3 into that hock, and she wants to get a little straight there for me too. The goat that goes in the third hole, in terms of her design, I think she matches up with the first place individual better than the second place individual. However, for me, I want to get more extension out of this one. This one really wants to get shorter coupled from hook to pin. She wants to break slightly at the hip. I'd like to lengthen her there to give her the extension of the doe ahead of her. And I think if we could do that, she could move into that second spot quite easily. The doe that goes here next is a doe that, again, in terms of her balance and her design, I think she's quite nice. She wants to get slightly coarser through her chest. This is one I'd like to clean up across her top line just a little bit. I'd like to level her right through the center portion of her body. I think she's plenty powerful enough in terms of overall muscle volume. I think she's quite elegant in terms of her femininity and her breed character, and I think this one fits the top of the class quite well. The next one in the class here, again, very, very much like the doe ahead of her. This is one that in terms of the way she's constructed through the last 1/3, I'd like to correct her there just a little bit. She wants to get a little narrow at the ground for me. She wants to break right through the center portion of her body and then at the hip, again at the hip. But again, a doe with a lot of capacity and breed character and elegance, and I think she certainly has her place in terms of a doe that is going to do well in breeding. The red doe that we follow with next, this is one I think in terms of balance, again, balances up beautifully. She's super, super feminine. I think the only issue with this one today is she's just getting overpowered in terms of bone and overall muscle when we compare her to the does ahead of her. But again, I think given some time, this one will come on quite nicely. The young man here in the blue that follows our red doe, this is one that profiles really, really beautifully. She's long and extended through her front end and through her body. She's up off of the ground. She has impeccable femininity and breed character on her as well. But this is one that we want to open up from front to back. She wants to get a little flatter sided. She just doesn't have the width and overall volume of the does ahead of her. Our next goat here, the red doe, this one again, we've got one here with a tremendous amount of length of body and extension. She's a little waisty in her front end for me today. She's one that wants to get high hipped. We want to just level her out in that hip. We want to give her more angulation in the hock so that when we put her into motion, this doe doesn't come together so closely at the ground. But again, a doe that profiles very, very nicely, a doe that has a tremendous amount of capacity in terms of depth of body, and a doe that I think has a big future ahead of her as she moves into those older classes.
Thank you, Judge. First in Class 3% Doe Kids goes to entry number 19, Jackson Harmon from Hull, Iowa, with JDHN Chamomile. Second goes to entry number 22, Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with BSMF Loretta Lynn. Third goes to entry number 20, Tegan Walker. Fourth goes to entry number 12, Bailey Brumfield. Fifth goes to entry number 21, Tegan Walker. Sixth goes to entry number 10, Brianna Shum. Seventh goes to entry number 15, Kristen Stockberger. Eighth goes to entry number 17, Breton Basford. Ninth goes to entry number 18, Jaylee Miller. And 10th goes to entry number 9,000, Ava Dagger. Now entering the ring, we've got Class 4. Entry number 36. Entry number 36, Clayton Newton. Your class is headed into the ring. Following this, we will head into our junior champion and reserve champion percent dough. I need the first and second places at ringside from classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. From class 1, I need entry number 003 and 001. From class 2, I need entry 007 and 008. From class 3, I need entry number 019 and 022. Entry number 36, Clayton Newton. Your class is in the ring. This is your final call. Once again, we need all our first and second places from classes 1, 2, and 3, as well as class 4, once this is wrapped up, to be at ringside for our junior champion and reserve champion doe divisions. From class 1, I need back number 003, Olivia Rosemeyer, and back number 001, Wilson Kegley. From class 2, I need 007 and 008. From class 3, I need 019 and 022. Again, please be at ringside. After the conclusion of this class, we will roll into our junior champion and reserve champion percent doe drive.
the red doe we start the class with. She's one that has the extension and the power that we want to see in a young doe. She has a tremendous amount of depth of body. She's super clean on her feet and legs. We like the angulation that she has back through that hock. She's one that's extremely fluent in terms of movement. Just a really nice doe to start the class with. The doe that goes in the second hole here, she's more moderate in terms of her design. She's a doe that's super powerful in terms of overall muscle. I really like the rib shape this one's got, the depth of body that she has. She's super, super square out of the hip. If we could give her maybe just a little bit more frame and extension to compete with that first place doe, I think she can move up quite easily. Two super nice does to start this class with. The black-headed doe here that goes in the third hole, this is another one that has a tremendous amount of power, especially through the center portion of her body. We like the barrel in this one. We like the depth of body that she has. She's one for me that we transitioned back into that last 1/3, maybe doesn't track as fluently off of those back wheels. She's one that wants to get a little bit straighter in the hock, and I would like to correct her there, but a tremendous amount of quality in this one as well. The gentleman with the paint doe here, this is one that when we view her on the profile, she's extremely elegant, she's extremely extended and long-bodied. She wants to get slightly tubular in her body. I want to give her just a little bit more depth. I don't think she has quite as much power through the center portion of her body as the does ahead of her, but this one is one that, again, is very, very high quality in terms of breed character, femininity, and the way that she moves off of her feet and legs. And I think given time, this is the one that's just going to do nothing but improve. The gentleman that goes next in the class, a little more moderate than the doe that goes ahead of him. My only issue with this one is, as we transition back into that last 1/3, she wants to toe out slightly. She wants to get really close at the ground. This is one we want to correct just in terms of movement to be able to compete with the does ahead. The young man here with the red spotted doe, this is one that's super elegant. She's really feminine. I love the breed character in this one. She has a very, very maternal wedge about her at a young age. We appreciate that about her. She's one in terms of just overall bone and muscle expression is not quite as powerful as the does ahead of her. And I think if we can make this one just a little bit more powerful, she would certainly move up in the class quite easily. She's really flexible in terms of movement. I like her on her feet and legs. And I think given time, this is one that's only going to get better. The young lady here in the purple paisley shirt, here's a doe that's got a tremendous amount of capacity through the center portion of her body. In terms of balance, I don't think she balances up quite as nicely as the does ahead of her. I'd like to give her a little bit more leg, a little bit more extension through that front end, just to perfect her look, maybe balance her up in terms of her design. But again, this is one that has a lot of maternal look to her. She looks like she's a doe that's probably going to be extremely productive just in terms of depth of body and capacity, and I think she's got a big future ahead of her as well. As we transition down through this lower portion of the class, we've got 5 does here that really and truly, if we wanted to be critical of, we're going to be critical of their feet and legs. We got does here that want to get straight in their hock. Maybe they want to break in the center portion of their body, and again at the hip. These are does that just we want to correct in terms of structure to be able to move them up. Congratulations to all of these young exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 4. First goes entry number 32, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana, with K2R, Wildflowers and Wine. Second goes entry number 29, Colton Danke from Idaville, Indiana, with D2, Boers Bougie. Third goes to entry number 34, Bailey Brumfield. Fourth goes to entry number 31, Christian Stockberger. Fifth goes to entry number 41, Tyler Stolifer. Sixth goes to entry number 26, Carson Workman. Seventh goes to entry number 27, Macy Elliott. Eighth goes to entry number 28, Riley White. Ninth goes to entry number 35, Jaylee Miller. 10th goes to entry number 38, Katie Whaley. 11th goes to entry number 33, Gracie Geffert. 12th goes to entry number 37, Cooper McCarty. Now entering the ring, we've got our junior champion and reserve champion percent doe division. From Class 1, we have entry number 3, Olivia Rosemeyer. From Class 2, we have entry number 7, Grace Ellis. From Class 3, we have entry number 19, Jackson Harmon. And from Class 4, we have entry number 32, Piper Unger. Following this division, we will need classes 6, 7, and 8 to start making their way to ringside.
So we get into our first drive of the day. We're going to start with these babies here. We've got this black-headed doe. I think in terms of quality, she's outstanding. She's a doe that already you see a lot of quality and attributes that should lead to a really high-performing animal as she grows and gets older. She's big-ribbed and she's deep-bodied. In terms of power, she's powerful at a young age, and she's really combining that with a lot of femininity as well. The young man that went second to her in that class, we like the extension and length of body on that one. That one wanted to get just a little flatter in terms of its rib shape, a little flatter from front to back. That's one that we want to give the power of the young black-headed one that placed ahead of it. Out of our second class, the young lady here in the red, we've got a really effeminate doe here with excellent breed character. This is one, as we commented in class, is extremely balanced in terms of her design. We've got one here. She's not too long. She's not too wide. She's not too extended. She's just right, I think, in terms of the making. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of capacity about her. She's big boned enough, and she also has a tremendous amount of muscle volume. The young man that went second to her, that was the powerhouse doe in the class. We like that one a lot. That was the one that didn't have quite as much angulation out of that hock. That was one that maybe I just wanted to give a little bit more length and extension through that front end. Maybe make just a little bit more elegant for my liking. Out of our next class here, the gentleman with the Cape Doe here in the black vest. This is one, again, we love the depth of body of this one. In terms of fluidity and movement, she moves quite well off of her feet and legs. We like that about her. We compare her to some of the other goats in this drive. Maybe we want to pick her up through the center portion of her body just a bit. She wants to get slightly high-hipped. Interestingly enough, she has a tremendous amount of angulation, and I think that's really what carries her in terms of power and movement out of that last 1/3. The gentleman that went second in that class, lots of extension through the body, lots of extension through the front end. This is the one that, again, tremendous amount of capacity, but we want to lift her right through the center portion of her body. We want to see her transition out of that wither into the rack just a little bit more smoothly, and that's the one that we really wanted to give the angulation and the hock of the one that went ahead of her. The young lady here in the blue with the red paint doe, we've got one here. Again, we're going to talk about balance, and I think in terms of her frame and her design, she balances up quite nicely. She's really extended through the front end. She's a long-bodied doe. She's extremely deep in her body. Maybe she's not the biggest bone doe in here, but I think that in terms of bone, I think she's very she's got enough. She's sufficient in bone is what I'm trying to say. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of muscle volume about her as well. So if you ask me, is this doe powerful, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say she combines that power very, very well with the amount of femininity that she has. She's quite elegant in her design. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of breed character as well. And then we've got the young man here, the paint doe that went second to her. That one was more moderately built. That one I like a whole lot too. That one I think balanced up quite nicely for its design as well. This is one in terms of overall volume. We might want to get it up off the ground just a little bit, maybe make it just slightly more framey in terms of the way that it's designed to be able to compete with the doe ahead of it. But I think if we weren't looking at that other doe, I think she'd move up quite easily in the class. I think her biggest issue for me today is she wants to run downhill just a little bit. She wants to get slightly high in that hip, and I'd like to correct that about her. I think we've got two does in here that in terms of their design and structural correctness and does that look like they're going to be extremely productive as they move in to that next group of does. Or that next division is going to be our red paint doe here in the back. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations. We're going to follow her with the young lady here in the red shirt. She will be your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your junior percent doe champion female. Your champion is entry number 032, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana. Your reserve goes to entry number 007, Grace Ellis from Trafalgar, Indiana. Now entering the ring, we got class number 7% yearling does 12 to 16 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 7 is in the ring. I need classes 8 and 9 to be making your way to the makeup ring. Again, class 7 is in the ring. Classes 8 and 9, please start making your way to ringside. Last call, class 8. Last call, class 8.
We're going to start the class with the doe that I think in terms of her profile, she profiles quite nicely. She's a doe with a lot of depth of body and femininity. I like the balance in this one, the extension and how clean she is just throughout. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of capacity and bone and muscle, and I think she takes that first hold quite easily. I think that the extension through her front end is where she really excels over that second place individual. I really like the second place one. I just want to give this one more extension. Again, big rib shape in that second place goat. Lots of depth of body as well. Super square out of the hip. That's just a super nice, high-quality animal as well. The young lady with the paint doe here, I really love the first 2/3 of this individual. I love the capacity and the rib shape in this one as well, the bone and the muscle. This one wants to get a little shorter from hook to pin. She really wants to get choppy in terms of her movement. I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit more fluent out of that last 1/3 when we put her into motion. But again, high quality in that one. The young lady that goes next in the class, we like the balance in terms of the way this one is designed. We like the extension that she has, the length of body that she has, how clean she is in her lines. Again, lots of capacity and bones and muscle in this one as well. In terms of movement, this one really wants to get close in that pin set, wants to close up in terms of the way she travels out of that last 1/3. We want to correct her there. The doe that goes last in the class here, here's one that in terms of her design is more moderately built. She's super coarse through her front end. I think probably the best thing about this one for me is just how powerful she is through the center portion of her body. I really like the rib shape in her. I like how clean she is across her top and the depth of body that she has. This one we need to just stretch out. This one, when we move back into that last 1/3, she really wants to maybe not travel off of her feet and legs quite as cleanly as I would like for her to. We need to strengthen this one in her hock. She wants to get a little straight there. We want the angulation that she has of the does ahead of her. But again, lots to like about her as well.
Thank you, Judge. Results for Class 7% yearling does. First goes to entry number 46, Riley White from Monticello, Indiana, with BRRG1, Chunky Monkey. Second goes to entry number 49, Colton Danke from Idaville, Indiana, with D2, Boars Snicker. Third goes to entry number 45, Riley White. Fourth goes to entry number 48, Allison LeConte. And fifth goes to entry number 47, Michaela Klopp. Now entering the ring, we've got Class 8% yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Attention in the barns, Class 8 is currently in the ring. Class 9, please be making your way to ringside, as well as all firsts and seconds from Classes 7, 8, and 9. Please stay up close to the ring as we roll into our next division of yearling percent females. Attention in the barns, entry number 63, Olivia Rosemeyer. Please be making your way to ringside. Class 8 is in the ring. Class 9 will be entering shortly. Entry 63, Olivia Rosemeyer. Please be making your way to ringside. Attention in the barns, please also remember all division champion and reserve females need to make their way to the backdrop to get their picture taken. Again, all division and reserve, division champion and reserve champion females need to make their way to the backdrop to get their picture taken.
The paint doe we start the class with, again, we've got a doe here with a lot of depth of body. I really love the width from front to back through this one and the capacity that she has. She's super clean on her feet and legs. She's really clean in her lines. And I think she's extremely powerful, but she combines that really nicely with a certain amount of elegance. The doe that goes in the second hole, this is one, it's the same kind of doe as the first place doe. She just doesn't have the length of body as the doe ahead of her. If we could stretch this one out just a little bit, she'd be able to move up into that first spot quite easily. The doe that goes in the third hole here, I really love the length of body that she has and the extension that she has. She's a little coarser made through her chest. I'd like to clean her up there. I'd like to lift her right through the center portion of her body and level her right out of the withers as we transitioned into that rack and then back out of the loin into those hooks. She just wants to give just a little bit there. In terms of movement, she's extremely flexible. I like that about her. I like the way she moves off of her feet and legs. I think she's got enough natural muscling and bone for me, and I think that she has a tremendous amount of good qualities about her. The doe that goes next in the class, I really like the first two-thirds of this individual. Again, a doe that has a tremendous amount of extension through the front end, a lot of elegance and breed character about her. I like the rib shape that she has and the depth of body, but as we transition back into that last one-third, she wants to get a little high-hipped for me. She wants to get a little straight in her hock. We want to see more angulation there. In terms of movement, not quite as flexible and wide tracking as the does ahead of her. And then we have the doe, this paint doe in the next hole. This is one, again, tremendous amount of elegance about her. She's extremely effeminate looking. She has excellent breed character, especially through that head. This is one that, again, I want to clean her up through her chest just a little bit. This one wants to get slightly more tubular when we compare her to the does ahead of her. I don't want to say that she doesn't have enough depth of body, but she doesn't have as much as the does ahead of her. She's one, again, that wants to close up in that pin set. We just want to square her up in her hip just a little bit. The doe that we end the class with here, Now, this one is one that in terms of the way she profiles, again, we see a tremendous amount of depth of body. We like that about her. She wants to get a little flatter from side to side as we compare her to the goats ahead of her. But again, a doe that I think if we could give her the power that the others have, especially in the center portion of her body, I think she'd be able to move up quite easily as well.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 8. First goes to entry number 56, Grace Ellis from Trafalgar, Indiana, with EFG RBMG Share the Sugar. Second goes to entry number 53, Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware, with WARW Blame It on the Juice. Third goes to entry number 55, Christian Stockberger. Fourth goes to entry number 57, Macy Elliott. Fifth goes to entry number 9002, Ava Dagger from Cable, Ohio. And sixth goes to entry number 52, Anna Wester from Panola, Mississippi. Coming in now, we've got class number 9% yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Following this class, we will roll into our yearling champion and reserve champion female division. From class 7, I need entry number 46, Riley White, and as well I need second place in that class, entry number 49, Colton Danke. From class 8, I need entry number 56, Grace Ellis, and entry number 53, Alexis Wills.
We're going to start the class with a doe that I think has a very maternal look to her, a tremendous amount of depth of body in this one as well. Very important to the breed in terms of production. A doe that has a lot of width about her, a doe that has a tremendous amount of capacity in terms of her rib shape. She's extremely extended. I like the balance and design of this one. If I'm being super critical of her, she wants to get a little choppy in her movement. I'd like to see her a little more flexible out of that last 1/3. The doe that we put in the second hole, tremendous amount of capacity and bone and muscle in this one as well. We appreciate that about her. For me, this one in terms of movement wants to get a little straighter in the hock. She wants to turn in, toe out when we put her into motion. She's a little closer in terms of the way she tracks off of that last 1/3, and that's where we really want to correct that one. The goat that goes next in the class, extremely effeminate doe, a doe with a tremendous amount of elegance. This one, in terms of capacity, has enough capacity for me. She doesn't have the power in terms of bone and muscle of the does ahead of her. That's where we want to power this one up. The doe that goes in the next hole, the young lady here in the red sweater with the spotted-headed doe, this is one in terms of her rib shape. We just want to give her more power, especially in her lower rib. We want to make her more cylindrical and as capacious as the does ahead of her. She's a doe that profiles quite nicely, I think, in terms of the way she profiles. She's deep-bodied. We like that about her. We just want to give her, again, more bone, more muscle, more capacity in terms of rib. And then the doe that we end the class with, this one's got plenty enough rib shape for me, but as we transition back into that flank, she doesn't have the depth of body as the does ahead of her. We want to maybe drop her in that flank just a little bit, give her a little more capacity there through the center portion of the body. Again, this one needs more bone and overall muscle to be able to move up as well.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 9. First, entry number 63, Olivia Rosemeyer from Brookville, Indiana, with 5 RF squared up. Second goes to entry number 64, Alex LeConte from Epworth, Iowa, with LPVA Majors Elegant Lady Liberty. Third goes to entry number 60, Jaylee Miller. Fourth goes to entry number 59, Lillian Heisel. And fifth goes to entry number 62, Elena Frazier. Coming back into the ring, we've got our yearling percent champion doe division drive. From Class 1, we'll have first entry number 46, Riley White. Second, entry number 49, Colton Danke. From Class 2, we've got entry number 56, Grace Ellis, and entry number 53, Alexis Wills. And from Class 3, we've got entry number 63, Olivia Rosemeyer, and entry number 64, Alex LeConte. As he studies his division, I'd like to reintroduce you all to our judge, Mr. Patrick Aliff from California, a highly accomplished boar goat exhibitor, judge, and advocate for agricultural education. With over 25 years of experience, Patrick has earned national honors in boar goat exhibitions and continues to be an influential figure in the industry. As an ABGA certified judge, Patrick actively participates in sanctioned breed shows nationwide, offering expertise and insights that contribute to the integrity and excellence of competitive breeding programs. His passion for agricultural education is evident in his work as a farm operations consultant, where he assists breeders in optimizing their programs for success, both in production and show settings. Let's please give Patrick a big round of applause. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Our yearling percent champion doe drive is currently in the ring. We need classes 12 and 13 to be thinking about making their way to ringside. Again, our division, our yearling champion percent doe division is in the ring. Classes 12 and 13 need to be making your way to ringside. Entry number 71, Tegan Walker. Please be making your way to ringside. Your class is about to go in the ring. Again, entry 71, Tegan Walker. Please make your way to ringside.
As we get into our yearling drive here, we've got some very, very high quality animals in here. The young lady that I'm going to start talking about here, this one we really like how clean she is in her lines. And we talked about how powerful she was in the center portion of her body. I compare her to some of the other goats in here. Maybe she's not quite as long, but in terms of balance, I think she balances up quite nicely. She's a doe that I might like to give a little more natural muscling on the outside of her hip as I compare her to some of these other animals. But again, I think she's super high quality animal, and I really appreciate the look and the power that this one has. The young man that went second to her, that's the one that, and I'm going to say it again, right through the center portion of her body, she's super, super powerful, and that's really, really important in terms of rib shape and capacity. That one's the one that we just wanted to give the extension of the one ahead of her to move her up in the class, but that's a super good animal there as well. Young lady here in the red, again, we've got one that's really balanced in her type and design. She's got enough capacity about her and enough length. She profiles nicely. She looks good coming and going. This is one that's powerful, and she combines that again with a lot of elegance and breed character. The young man that went second to her in that class, not quite as much length of body, but I think in terms of design, very, very much like the individual ahead. That one we just wanted to give a little bit more length to be able to move her up. We like the rib shape and capacity in that one. In terms of movement, that one's super flexible off of both ends. That one really moves around the ring really elegantly and with a lot of power in terms of its step. One that is wide tracking as well. And then out of our last class, these two individuals here, lots of capacity in these. I found that the one was a little more feminine in her design that won the class. That was the one, and I said in the class, I was super critical of the way that she moves off of her hindquarters. She's not quite as flexible as I would like for her to be. That's one that we want to change there. And then the gentleman that went second in that class, we really love the power and the capacity in that one, and it's undeniable. We've got a, take into consideration in terms of movement. That one wants to get really straight in her back hock, and that's where I wanted to really see her move just a little bit more fluently as well. That one wants to get a little bit posty in her back leg, and I wanted to fix her there. For me today, I'm going to use the two animals that I feel like have the structural integrity that we should be expecting out of these animals. Those are going to come out of the same class. The young lady in the red is going to be your champion. The gentleman in the black vest will be your reserve. Congratulations to you both.
Congratulations to our yearling percent champion and reserve champion females. Your champion is entry number 56, Grace Ellis from Trafalgar, Indiana. Your reserve is entry number 53, Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware. Now entering the ring, we'll have Class 12% 2-year-old does, 24 to under 36 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 12 is currently in the ring. Class 13, please be at ringside. Also, for our bred and owned division after the grand and reserve females, please bring your papers to ringside. This is not an entered division. This is a bring 'em division. Bring your papers with you, and they will study them at ringside, and then we'll go from there. We are picking a grand and reserve bred and owned doe. Again, if you have a bred and owned female, please bring her and your papers to ringside following the conclusion of our grand and reserve overall percent doe show.
We're going to start the class with extremely effeminate doe. Doe, it's really good on her feet and legs. A doe, it's balanced. I really like the design of this one. I like the depth of body that she has. I think where that second place individual excels over her is in her lower forearm. She's got more capacity in terms of her rib shape, but this doe has a tremendous amount of depth of body about her, and where she actually excels over the second place individual is how square she is and how powerful in terms of movement out of that last 1/3. I like how clean she is in her lines. I like the femininity that she has, and I like that she has a very productive look about her. The doe that goes into the second hole, again, extremely powerful in terms of capacity, especially through the center portion of the body. She's really coarse up through that brisket area. I want to clean her up there. She wants to get a little waisty for me as we transition back into that 1/3. Again, she wants to get close in her pin set. She's slightly straighter in her hock. We put her into movement. She's not quite as fluid and wide tracking as the doe ahead of her. And then the black-headed doe, I think this is one that's really exceptional in terms of her look on the profile. But again, we've got one that gets pinched in her heart girth just a bit. That's one that we just want to open up and make more cylindrical in terms of her rib shape. I love the balance that she has. I like the extension that she has. And this is one that has a tremendous amount of depth of body as well. Unfortunately, today she's flexing off of her back pasterns a little more than I would like to see her flex at this point in the game. But again, a lot of high quality in that one as well.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 12. First goes to entry number 68, Riley White from Monticello, Indiana, with CNWT Newton Boers Whiskey S. Second goes to entry number 70, Christian Stockberger from Kokomo, Indiana, with KTS 24 Candy Cane. And third goes to entry number 71, Tegan Walker. Now entering the ring, we got Class 13% age does, 36 months and over. Coming up next, we've got our senior champion percent doe drive. I need our first and second places from Class 12, which is entry number 68, Riley White, and entry number 70, Christian Stockberger. Once again, I will reiterate, following our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion percent doe drive, we will have our champion and reserve champion bred and owned percent female show. Please bring your papers as well as your does to ringside for that division.
As we get into our senior doe class here, we've got a doe again. Lots of balance, really like the design of her, super clean in her lines. The goat that goes in this first place hole here is still very youthful in her appearance, and I really appreciate that about her. She's good on her feet and legs. She's extremely fluent. She's not showing any wear and tear in those back pass turns. She's a doe with a tremendous amount of capacity, and she's certainly deserving to stand in that first hole. The doe that goes in the second place hole here, this is one that if I could change her at all, I'd like to give her a little bit more leg and get her up off of the ground. She's not quite as balanced as the doe that goes in the first hole. She really excels in terms of how clean she is in her lines. We like the top in this one. We like the capacity. We love the center portion of this doe's body. For me today, she's really flexing off of her pasterns more than I would like for her to be at this point in the game. Maybe not quite as youthful as the doe ahead of her. She's showing a little bit of wear and tear, but extreme amount of high quality in this one, and that cannot be overlooked. So let's give this young lady a hand.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 13. First goes to entry number 74, Macy Elliott from Frankfort, Ohio, with RBMG Emporia. Second goes to entry number 73, Adeline Horn from Falmouth, Indiana, with ADDIE Black Drop. Now entering the ring, we've got our senior champion percent doe drive. From Class 12, we've got entry number 68, Riley White, and entry number 70, Christian Stockberger. From class number 13, we've got entry number 74, Macy Elliott, and entry number 73, Adeline Horn. Following this, we will roll into our grand champion and reserve grand champion percent doe drives.
As we move into the senior drive here, the young lady that's got the Cape Doe with the spot on its back, that's the one that, as I talked about, having a lot of depth of body to her, and we like the elegance and the breed character in her, and we really talked about how square she was out of her hip and how fluent she was in movement, and that's really to be to appreciate it in terms of longevity. The young man that went second to her, that was the one that wants to get a little closer in that pin set. I want to square that one up in the hip. I want to give that one a little more angulation in the hot and clean it up through the chest floor. But a tremendous amount of capacity in that one as well, and that's to be appreciated in her. And then in our 36 and over class here, the young lady in the paisley shirt, we've got a doe here. I talked about how youthful she looks in her appearance, especially in terms of movement as she moved around the ring. A tremendous amount of capacity right through the center portion of her body. This is one that balances up really nicely. We like the extension in this one through the front end and through the body. Lots to like about that one. And then our black-headed doe there, we talked about how much capacity she was and how much how high she was just in overall performance qualities. I mean, if you want to talk about capacity, she certainly has it, but that's the one that we wanted to get up off of the ground just a little bit. We want to strengthen her on her pasture, and she's starting to show some wear and tear, but we don't want to pick on her too hard about that. That's to be expected as we move into these older age groups. For me today, I'm going to pick the doe that I think has the most structural integrity, the doe that has the most capacity, the doe that's the best on her feet and legs. The young lady in the paisley will be your champion. Congratulations. We're going to follow her with the doe out of the class before. She's going to be your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to our champion senior percent doe females. Your champion is entry number 074, Macy Elliott from Frankfort, Ohio. Your reserve is entry number 68, Riley White from Monticello, Indiana. Coming into the ring, and at ringside, we should have our division champion and reserve champion females from our 3 divisions today. From Division 1, we need Piper Unger and Grace Ellis. From Division 2, we need Grace Ellis and Alexis Wills. And from Division 3, we need Macy Elliott and Riley White. Now entering the ring, we have our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Percent Dough Drive. Your junior champion female goes to Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana, with K2R, Wildflowers and Wine. Reserve in that division goes to Grace Ellis from Trafalgar, Indiana, with EFG, RBMG, Mustang Sally. Your yearling percent champion goes to Grace Ellis of Trafalgar, Indiana as well, with EFG, RBMG, Share the Sugar. Reserve in that division goes to Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware, with WARW, Blame It on the Juice. And your champion senior female goes to Macy Elliott from Frankfort, Ohio, with RBMG, Emporia. Reserve in that division goes to Riley White of Monticello, Indiana, with CNWT Newton Boers Whiskey Sour. Following this, we will have a little picture break. Like I said, make sure all division champion and reserves get their picture taken over at the backdrop. After this, we will also roll in to our champion and reserve champion Bred known division. Please bring your papers as well as your doughs to the makeup ring to have those checked over. Once again, Bred known division, please bring your papers and doughs to ringside. Following the conclusion of our champion drive, we will roll into our Bred known show and then take pictures for both following.
So we ended our overall drive here. This red paint dough that I'm going to start with, she's a dough that we talked about her in the class. We talked about how much balance she had and how much depth of body that she had. This is one that's super square out of her hip. She's expressive enough in natural muscling. She's not over conditioned. She's not maybe the biggest bone dough in here, but she's sufficient in bone. And I appreciate that she is so sound in terms of her structure. She's one that's got a tremendous amount of femininity about her and breed character, and we appreciate that as well. The young man that went second to her got overpowered just in terms of extension. That's one that has a tremendous amount of bone and muscling as well. Lots of capacity in that one, and it cannot be overlooked just in terms of structural soundness. And then the young lady here in the red that has the paint doe, we talked about this one in class, and we talked about how flexible she was off of both ends, how wide she was from flank to flank, how powerful she was through the center portion of her body, how clean she is in her lines. We talked about the femininity and the breed character and how elegant she is and how well she combines all of that with power. The young man that went reserved to her in that division, I think we've got the same kind of doe there. That doe just doesn't have the extension of the doe ahead of her, maybe not quite as heavily boned, but in terms of structural integrity, I think she's super sound, and we like that about that one as well. And then we got the young lady here in the purple paisley, the senior doe. She was in the 36 and over class. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of balance as well. Maybe, again, could stand to have just a tick more bone. But in terms of structural soundness, she's really sound. She's up on her pasterns. She's extremely fluent in terms of her movement. We like the capacity in her. We like the breed character in her as well. And then the young lady that went reserve in that division, that's the one that we wanted to pick on just a little bit. We like the look of her. We like the extension. We like the depth of body that she has. But I wanted to give her just a little bit more lower forerib and give her a little more capacity in terms of her rib shape. For me today, the two does, I think, have the look, the capacity, the breed character, and the power, and really productive in terms of their design. Is going to be your yearling doe. She is going to be your champion. Congratulations. And we're going to follow this one with the young lady here in the junior hole. She will be your reserve. Very good.
Congratulations, your champion, Bred, your champion percent doe female goes to entry number 56, Grace Ellis from Trafalgar, Indiana, with EFG RBMG Share the Sugar. Your reserve goes to entry number 32, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana, with K2R Wildflowers and Wine. Here momentarily, we will start our bred known percent doe division.
As these young exhibitors bring these animals out here today, I want you to just look at them and really appreciate what they're doing in their breeding programs. There's a tremendous amount of high quality here from front to back. I recognize most of these animals as standing in the tops of their classes today, and I think that's to be commended. And if you will, please, I'd like for you to take a moment and just give them all a hand. We've had one doe here that has stood out to me all day, And I still like her just as much as I did just a few minutes ago when we crowned her grand. She will be your Bred and Owned champion today. And we had another goat that stood second to her in that division, or reserved to her in the very same division. That one comes to the top to me just in terms of structural integrity. That one will be your reserve. Congratulations, young man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good.
Congratulations to our champion, Bred and Owned, and reserve champion, Bred and Owned Percent Does. Your champion goes to entry number 56, Grace Ellis from Trafalgar, Indiana. Your reserve goes to entry number 53, Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware. Entry numbers 82 and 84. Entry numbers 82 and 84, please be making your way to ringside. That is Walker Short and Parker Pugh. Please be making your way to ringside. Your class is about to go in.
Last call for Parker Pugh, entry number 84 to the makeup ring. Your class is entering the ring.
Now entering the ring, we've got Class 20, full-blood doe kids, 0 to under 3 months. If you're just tuning in and joining us this morning for the Full Blood Show, I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce our judge, Mr. Patrick Ailiff from California, a highly accomplished boar goat exhibitor, judge, and advocate for agricultural education. With over 25 years of experience, Patrick has earned national honors in boar goat exhibitions and continues to be an influential figure in the industry. As an ABGA certified judge, Patrick actively participates in sanctioned breed shows nationwide, offering expertise and insights that contribute to the integrity and excellence of competitive breeding programs. His passion for agricultural education is evident in his work as a farm operations manager consultant, where he assists breeders in optimizing their programs for success in both production and show ring settings. Please give Patrick a big round of applause.
We're going to start the class with the spotted doe here. Definitely the most powerful animal out of the four. This is one that we like the way it transitions from front to back. We like the depth of body that she has, and she's really showing that off at a very, very young age. If I'm super critical of this one, I'd like to see her track a little wider out of that last 1/3, but she's extremely attractive, extremely powerful, and she's a doe that if she continues on this path is really going to be a beast. The one that goes in the second hole here, this one I think where she really excels over the first place individual is out of her hip. She's super square out of her hip, and when we get her into motion, when she wants to walk, she's super super wide tracking, excuse me. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of angulation down through that hock. We like that about her. We like the rib shape in her as well. She's getting overpowered just in terms of overall volume and bone today. I think given some time, I think she'll be able to move up quite easily. The young man that goes in the third hole here, the paint, this one is a little younger maybe not quite as developed. This one wants to get a little flatter sided from front to back. We just want to open this one up and give it more power from front to back to be able to compete with the traditional head of it. Same thing with our black one. That one there, we want to give more bone and more overall muscle volume to be able to compete with the 3 ahead. But I like the way this one profiles. I like how clean it is in its line, and I think given some time and a little bit of maturity, I think that one will be able to move up as well.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 20. First goes to entry number 85, Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana, with T-Walk Donna Fay. Second goes to entry number 82, Walker Short of Paris, Kentucky, with ROE 3, Shadows Last Dance. Third goes to entry number 84, Parker Pugh. And fourth goes to entry number 83, Wilson Kegley. Coming in now, we've got Class 21, full-blood doe kids, 3 to under 6 months. Attention in the barns, Class 22. Class 22, please be making your way to ringside. Class 21 is currently in the ring. Again, Class 22, please be making your way to ringside.
We're going to start the class here with the red doe. Again, a doe that in terms of just overall look, is extremely balanced. A doe that's good on her feet and legs. I like the depth of body of this one. Not the biggest boned or most powerful doe in here, but she's got a lot of capacity about her, a lot of breed character, and a lot of elegance as well. The young man in the second hole, this one's one that's just a little plainer made, but just in terms of overall power, this is where we find the meat and the bone. We like the rib shape in this one. As we transition from front to back, this one doesn't really transition quite as smoothly as the doe ahead of her. Wants to break there at the hip just a little bit, wants to get a little shorter coupled, and that's where we want to change that one. The doe in the third hole, I think in terms of the overall look, this one really excels over the one in the second hole. Unfortunately for me, she wants to get a little flatter sided. We need to open this one up from front to back. We need to make this one deeper bodied. She's a bit tubular in her makeup. She's super, super clean in her lines. I like the extension and the balance in this one as well. We just need to give her the power of the two ahead. And then the young man that we in the class with here, we've got one that we really want to give her more capacity in terms of the way she's designed through her rib. We want to make her more cylindrical and more capacious, just right out of that shoulder into that rib. She's one that profiles quite nicely. She's got depth of body, but again, we need a little bit more bone and a little bit more muscle in terms of power to get that one any higher in the class.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 21. First goes to entry number 88, Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana, with T-Walk Cream Saver. Second goes to entry number 92, Scotty Hendricks of Paris Crossing, Indiana, with EFG Ellis's Be My Baby. Third goes to Francesca Ciano of Columbus, Indiana. And fourth goes to entry number 91, Emmett Kowalski of Sinks Grove, West Virginia. Coming in now, we've got class number 22, full-blood doe kids 6 to under 9 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 22 is currently in the ring. Class 23, please be at ringside getting ready. Attention in the barns. If you would like to purchase any North American International Livestock Exposition merchandise, that can be purchased out at the North American Country Store here on the grounds with special deals going through this week and weekend as well. Also look for the Hitching Post located in the West Hall with a daily schedule consisting of music videos and headliners, as well as some talented acts that you could find out there for some entertainment between shows. Currently, Class 22 is in the ring. Class 23 should be lining up in the makeup area. Once again, as we work closer to a division here, all division champions and reserves need to make their way to the backdrop area to take a picture following their selection. Once again, Class 22 is currently in the ring. If you are part of Class 23, please be making your way to ringside so we can start lining you guys up. Again, Class 22 is in the ring. Class 23, please be making your way to ringside.
This is a large class, and there's a lot of good quality goats in here. I've pulled 12. That's what I've been asked to pull today, is 12 out of these large classes. I've checked all of these for call faults, and they all look good. The ones that are standing on the rail, we're going to go ahead and excuse. Again, there's some really, really good quality animals back there, so as these guys exit the ring, can you please give them a hand?
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 22 is currently being placed. Class 23, you need to be making your way to the makeup area to get lined up. Again, Class 22 is being placed. Class 23, you need to make your way to the makeup area. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 23, you should be at ringside. Class 22 is being placed currently. Class 23 needs to be lined up and ringside and ready to go.
We're going to start the class with a doe that just in terms of overall structure and volume, she has it. She combines it really, really well with the femininity that we want to see in a doe. You know, these are young does, and you can already see a lot of high quality points in this animal that are very geared toward production. The depth of body that she has is really, really good. She's super square out of her hips. She's really good on her feet and legs, and those are all things that we like about her. The doe that goes into the second spot, she's a little different. She's more moderately built than the doe ahead of her. That's okay. She's extremely balanced in her design. I like that about her, but when I compare her to the goat ahead, I'd like to give her a little more extension. I'd like to give her just a little tick more extension to be able to compete with that doe ahead of her. But again, lots of good quality in this one, very high performing in terms of the way that she's designed as well. The same could be said for the third place doe. Not quite as much capacity through the center portion of the body as the goat that goes in third, but this is one that we like a lot. She balances up nicely enough. Is she as balanced as the doe in the second hole? I don't think so. What I would really like to do is stretch her out just a little bit in terms of her length of body, and I think that this would really turn her or step her up just a step. I think maybe given some time, she may do that. She's super young. You know, this goat's still green, and she's got a big future ahead of her, but there's a lot to like about her, and out of 36 goats, I think I'd be really proud to be standing in that third hole. The young lady here in the red that's fourth, super attractive. This doe wants to give a little bit right out of her shoulder into her rack. I'd like to just stouten her there. In terms of structure, in terms of movement, she's super flexible. I really like the look and the design of her. I like the depth of body and the capacity that she has. And if we could just change her in terms of the way she transitions over her top, I think she could move up quite easily as well. The gentleman here in the black shirt that goes next in the class. This one's got a lot of leg. I think it throws her out of balance just a little bit. I think given a little bit more extension, maybe through the front end, I think it would help the look of her. I think she's a little plainer made than those ahead of her, but in terms of overall bone and capacity and muscle, it's undeniable. She certainly has that. She's extremely fluent in terms of her movement. We like that about her. I just like to balance her up just a little bit. I'd like to make her maybe a little bit less flat in terms of her upper forerib, make her maybe just a little bit more cylindrical, but again, lots of high quality in that one. The young man here in the stripes that goes next. I really love the first 2/3 of this animal. She's super clean in her lines. She wants to run downhill a little bit for me. She wants to get a little straight in her pastern, and that's where I'd really like to correct this one out of her last 1/3. She's super attractive. She's very maternal looking for a young doe. I like that about her. The red doe, the same could be said for her, just in terms of her look and her femininity and her capacity. She's super good on her feet and legs. This is one that's really deceiving. I don't know if it's because of her color or just her design, but it's really deceiving to look at this one on the profile because she profiles really, really nicely. But when you get over top of her, she's got plenty of capacity in terms of her rib shape. She's big top. There's enough power there in the upper portion of her body. Where I really want to strengthen this one is in her lower extremities. I'd like to muscle her up more in terms of how that muscle transitions down through the stifle and then the forearm. I'd like to give her a little bit more bone, but it's super, super pretty nice doe. The gentleman here that goes next, this one here is one that I really like the center portion of her body. I like the top on her. I'd like to lengthen her out just a little bit, especially through the front end. I think she wants to get a little shorter neck. She wants to get a little shorter coupled from hook to pin than the does ahead of her. I think in terms of movement, I think it hinders her just a little bit. She's not quite as flexible as the does ahead of her, but again, she's got a good look and a good design about her, and I think in terms of production, this one will do quite well. The doe that goes next in the class, the first 2/3 of this animal is powerhouse. She's big chested. She's wide. She's wide from flank to flank. The center portion of her body is extremely powerful. We like that. I love the rib shape in this one. Again, we've got one that wants to run downhill just a little bit. She wants to get closer in her pin set than I would like for her to be. I'd like to open her up and square her up out of that hip. I'd like to maybe give her a little more angulation in her hock as well. The gentleman with the spotted headed doe here that goes next in the class, this is one that caught my eye when she came in. In terms of movement, I think she's really good. She's very moderately built. She's a doe that I really would like to give more extension through her front end. I'd maybe like to get her up off of the ground just a little bit. This is one I just want to kind of stretch out everywhere. I want to give her just a little bit more frame. I think it would make her more attractive. I think where she really excels is just in terms of muscle and rib shape and capacity right through her barrel. I like that about her, and I think she's deserving to stand in these top 12. The young lady in the green here, here's one that, again, I love the first 2/3 of her. I like the capacity that she has. In terms of movement, I'd like to strengthen her out of that last 1/3 a bit. She wants to get a little short from hook to pin for me for the way that she's designed. I think if we could lengthen her out there, I think she'd be a bit more attractive. But again, a lot of high quality. Here, the red doe that we end this 12 with, this is one that's a little deceiving as well. You've really got to get over top of her and look at her. The first 2/3 of this doe is really beautiful. She wants to get slightly high hit, and when I say that, I mean it's just slight. She's a little straight in her pastern. We want to give her more angulation there. My biggest issue with her today, and it's really not an issue, I think we just need to give her time. I think she's really green, and I think she's getting overpowered by the goats ahead of her. With that being said, in terms of overall structure, I think she's very disturbing, very, very deserving to stand in the top 12. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 22. Last call for Class 23. Entry 153, Bailey Brumfield, and entry 158, Harper Hess. Results of Class 22. First goes to entry 115, Drew Pontius of Bloomingburg, Ohio, with Deepon Platinum Jubilee. Second goes entry number 123, Kane Newring of Batesville, Indiana, with 5 CRLC Troubled Royalty. Third goes to entry number 109, Landon Inglau. Fourth goes to entry number 116, Drew Pontius. Fifth goes to entry number 129, Tegan Walker. Where was sixth? I know I had. Sixth goes to entry number 134, Kellen Knott. Seventh goes to entry 101, Bailey Brumfield. Eighth goes to entry 138, Adam Alberling. My apologies. Ninth goes to entry number 132, Kellen Knott. And 10th goes to entry 103, Easton Segrist. Now entering the ring is Class 23, full-blood doe kids, 9 to under 12 months. Following this class, we will need our first and second places from all of our classes here in our junior doe kid division. From class 20, we will need first place entry 85 for Tegan Walker, second place entry 82 for Walker Short. From class 21, we will need first place entry 88 for Tegan Walker and entry 92 for Scotty Hendricks. And from class 22, we will need first place entry 115 for Drew Pontius and second place entry 123 for Kane Newring. Again, please have those females at ringside as we sort through this class here, class 23. Immediately following class 23 will be our junior doe kid division. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 23 is in the ring. If you were first or second in class 20, 21, or 22, please be at ringside as we prepare for our junior champion doe division.
Again, I've pulled a set of 12 good ones, and again, we've still got some high-quality animals standing on the rail here that we're going to release. So as these goats exit the ring, let's give these kids a hand, please.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 23 is currently being placed. Please have all those firsts and seconds from classes 20, 21, and 22 at ringside so we could do our division. Also, if we could have some representatives from the Stollifer, Sicano, and LaConte families come up to the announcer's booth to pick up your showmanship cards, please. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to start this class with the Cape doe. Really elegant doe, extremely powerful. I love the bone and the natural muscling, the big rib shape, the depth of body, and the squareness of hip on this one. The doe that goes in the second hole, really super high quality animal as well. Lots of extension through the front end and through the body. She's, again, a doe that's really square out of her hip. She's carrying a fair amount of natural muscling about her, and we appreciate that about her as well. The doe in the third hole, she wants to get a little shorter coupled from hook to pin. She doesn't have quite the length or extension of the doe ahead of her, but again, a doe that has a tremendous amount of bone and muscle and capacity about her, and she holds that third spot really well. The young lady here in the red, this is one that, in terms of her design, is really balanced. I like a lot about her. I'd like to give her the length of the does ahead of her, and I think from hook to pin, she just wants to get super short there. If we could lengthen her out just a little bit, we could move her up in the class real easy. The gentleman in the green shirt, I love the first 2/3 of this doe. She's super elegant. She's got excellent breed character, tremendous amount of capacity. She catches your eye. I mean, she has show appeal for days. But as we transition back into that last 1/3, she really gets close in her pin set. She gets super straight in her hock, and she really wants to come together at the ground. I just want to open her up there. The black doe that comes next in the class, again, powerhouse kind of a doe or in the upper portion of her body, especially through her barrel. This is one that we want to give more overall bone. She wants to get a little finer bone. I like the balance and the look of this doe as well. This is one that, in terms of the movement, she's not quite as flexible as the does ahead of her. We'd like to see her track just a little cleaner, especially out of the last 1/3. Same thing comes with the traditional that we follow our first black doe with. I love the first 2/3 of this one. This one's really wanting to flex off off of her pasterns more than I would like for her to. I'm not going to say she's weak pastern, but I would certainly keep an eye on that. I like the capacity that she has. She's super clean in her lines. I like the bone and the natural muscling. The black doe that comes next in the class. This is one that we want to give more extension through the front end. We love how clean she is in her lines. This is one, again, we want to give her more bone and muscle in the lower extremities. This is one that wants to get really hockey on us. We want to open her up in the back end. We want to make sure that when we put her into motion, she's super wide and fluid and flexible, and that's where we need to improve her. The young lady in the blue next. This is one that is super attractive. I really like the balance in this one. She's very eye-catching. She profiles quite nicely. This is one that maybe doesn't have quite as much rib shape to her as the doe is ahead of her. She wants to get slightly flatter ribbed. And when I say that, I don't mean she doesn't have rib shape. I'm just saying she's slightly flatter. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of depth of body to her. She's a doe that's super clean in her lines. My biggest issue for me is she wants to run downhill a little bit. She wants to get straight in her pasterns. And this is one that we want to power up in terms of her structure out of the last 1/3. The young lady in the black sweater here, again, powerhouse kind of a doe. For me, she doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the does ahead of her. I want to get her up off the ground a little bit. She's a little shorter legged. In terms of the movement, she's not quite as flexible out of her hindquarters. She wants to get close in her pin set as well. I think she's exceptional right through the center portion of her body. I love the rib shape and depth of body that she has. She has a tremendous barrel on her. I like the front end of this doe as well. She's super clean and extended. She's got beautiful breed character. She's super elegant, and there's a lot to love about her. The doe that comes next in the class, our spotted paint doe here. This is one, again, I love the first 2/3 of her, okay? In terms of movement, she's plenty flexible enough off of her feet and legs for me. When you get your hands on her, we need more bone and more muscle in this one, especially back through that outer leg. This is one that just needs more power to be able to move up. The same thing can be said for the gentleman in the red shirt here that we in the class with. I love the first 2/3 of this one. Maybe this one can maybe have a little more length of body to compete with the does ahead of her. She's super attractive. I like the rib shape in her, but I want more power, more bone, and more muscle.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 23. First goes to entry 153, Bailey Brumfield from Bainbridge, Ohio, with BMAC 1026. Second goes to entry 159, Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with BSMF Buttercup. Third goes to entry 148, Colton Danke. Fourth goes to entry 143, Drew Pontius. Fifth goes to entry 144, Drew Pontius. Sixth goes to entry 155, Amber Schroeder. Seventh goes to entry 093, Bethany Urban. Eighth goes to entry 156, Amber Schroeder. Ninth goes to entry 154, Harper Hess. And 10th goes to entry 164, Adeline Horn. Now entering the ring, we will have our champion junior female division. From Class 1, we should have entry 85, Tegan Walker, and entry 82, Walker Short. From Class 2, we should have entry 88, Tegan Walker, and entry 92, Scotty Hendricks. From Class 3, we should have entry 115, Drew Pontius, and entry 123, Kane Newrig. And from Class 23, Class 4 of that division, we should have entry 153, Bailey Brumfield, and entry 159, Kellen Knott. Folks, don't forget, after the conclusion of this, the division champion and reserve need to go to the backdrop to get their picture taken. Class 26, yearling does 12 to 16 months. In Class 27, a yearling does 16 to 20 months. You need to be headed to ringside. The Junior Doe Champion Division is in the ring currently. Again, classes 26, 27, and 28 all need to be headed to ringside.
we get into our full-blood junior full-blood doe drive here. We talked about this little spotted doe in the babies here, and we talked about how powerful she was and how much bone she had and the depth of body and the capacity that she had. And I think this is one that's probably going to get better as she goes on. If you remember when we were in class, I commented on I'd like to just maybe see her track out a little wider on her feet and legs. When I compare her to some of the other goats in here today, I see that she does want to run downhill just a little bit. She wants to get a little higher hip than I would like for her to be. The gentleman that went second to her in that class, that's one that profiles really, really nicely. It's got a good rib shape about it. It's not quite as developed as the goat that went ahead of it today, and I think given some time, I think that one will come on and develop and be heavier bone to get the muscle that we desire in these does. Out of our second class, the young lady here that has the red goat, we've got one that we talked about the depth of body that she has and the capacity that she has, and that's one that even though we like so much about her, we want to make her more powerful in terms of bone and muscle. But again, super nice, effeminate doe there that's very productive in her look. And then the young man here that went second to her, that was one that wanted to get shorter coupled. We wanted to level that one out over that hip and lengthen it from hook to pin. But we liked the bone and we liked the muscle and we liked the capacity that that one had. And then the gentleman here out of our next class with the green, in the green shirt, here we have a doe that's extremely elegant. She's up fronted. We like the depth of body that she has. She's a doe that if I compare her to some of the other does in here, maybe she wants to get a little higher hip too, and she wants to run downhill. And I think that really leads to her having that hock that's just a little bit straighter. Maybe we would desire a little bit more angulation in that hock. But we like the capacity that she has. We like the balance and the design of her. We like the natural muscling that she has and the rib shape. And there's a lot of high quality aspects in that one as well. And then the young man that went second in that class to her, we've got one there that's more moderate in her design, one that we want to give a little more extension maybe up through the front end, but a goat that's through the center portion of the body. We really love the barrel in that one. We love the way this one tracks off of its feet and legs. We love the angulation in that one's hock. And then out of our last class, we've got this caped doe here that's really expressive in terms of volume and muscle. She's a doe that's heavy bone. She's a doe that's big ribbed. Again, we've got a goat that we love the center portion of the body. This is one that's completely balanced in terms of her design. We appreciate that. We love how this one really is elegant but powerful at the same time. And that's to be commended in a doe. And then we had the one that went second to her. That was the one that was not quite as powerful, but we love the rib shape in that one. We love how long that one is from hook to pin. We love the angulation down through the hock. Maybe we want to see that one transition through its top just a little bit smoother, but that's being awfully critical of that one as well. For me today, I think the two that are most sound in terms of their structure and have the structural integrity that I'm looking for, your Cape Doe will be your junior champion. Congratulations. And we're going to follow her with the young man out of the same class. That will be your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, your junior champion doe goes to entry number 153, Bailey Brumfield from Bainbridge, Ohio with BMAC 1026. And your reserve goes to entry number 159, Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois with BSMF Buttercup. Now entering the ring, we should have class 26, full-blood yearling does, 12 to 16 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 26 is currently in the ring again. Class 26 is currently in the ring. If you're in class 27 or 28, please be making your way to the makeup area.
We're going to start the class again with an extremely powerful doe that combines power and femininity really well. I like the breed character in this one. Super clean inner lines, deep body, big bone. If I'm being super critical of her, I'd like to power her up just in terms of the way she moves out of her hindquarters. Same thing can be said for the doe in that second spot. That's one that's a little bit more moderate in terms of her design. I like the breed character and femininity in this one as well. She's super clean in her legs, just doesn't quite have the capacity or the power of the doe ahead of her. The young man here with the dapple doe in the third spot, this is another one that I find to be extremely balanced in her design. This one's not quite as deep-bodied as the ones ahead. She's more tubular. I'd like to give her the depth of body of the two goats that lead the class, but again, super high-quality individual. Same thing can be said about the young lady that goes next in the class. This one's super attractive, especially on the profile. In terms of capacity, she's super powerful right through the center portion of her body. She's big-barreled, she's deep, she's got a lot of rib. This is one that we really want to open up at the ground in that last 1/3. We want to see track out wide and square on those feet and legs. She gets slightly posty in that back hock, and I would like to correct her there. But again, there's a lot to love in this one. The young man in the next hole here in the blue shirt, we've got one that I think in terms of overall balance, balances up really well, profiles beautifully, lots of extension through the front end. As we transition back into that last 1/3, she gives up a little bit in terms of overall muscle compared to the does ahead of her. She's one that wants to get a little straight in her hock as well. I'd like to set her down right there in her hooks, maybe give her a little more angulation, see her track out a little bit more powerfully out of that hindquarters. The doe that goes next in the class, the young lady in the red shirt. I love the first 2/3 of this animal. Again, one that balances up really nicely, one that's super powerful through the center portion of her body. She wants to run downhill for me just a little bit. She wants to get a little higher in the hip. She wants to hock in when we put her into motion, and we need to correct her there. The young man in the blue, we've got a plainer made doe here, a doe maybe that's not quite as attractive as the does ahead of her. She's a little coarser made, but undeniably she has a big rib shape about her. She has a lot of depth of body to her. She's a doe that transitions across her top quite well. I may like to give her a little bit more bone and muscle in the lower extremities. I think if she had as much muscle there as she does through the center portion of her body and over that rib, I think she would be a more powerful animal. She's a doe that when we put her into motion, again, we need to correct her just in terms of flexibility and movement. The red doe that goes in our next hole here, she's a doe that profiles beautifully. She's super elegant. She's a doe that balances up really, really nicely. She wants to get a little flatter sided from front to back when we compare her to the does ahead. I'd like to open her up, especially in terms of the way she's constructed through her rib shape. I'd like to make her just a little bit more cylindrical there, a little more capacious, maybe give her a little more capacity. My biggest issue with her today is, again, I want to give her more bone and natural muscling to be able to compete with the does ahead of her. The doe that goes next in the class. There are so many good things that I can say about this doe. I love everything about her except that she's really weak on her pasterns today. And that's where we need to change her to move her up. She has excellent rib shape. She's balanced enough. If you wanted to be super critical of her, we could say maybe we could give her a little more extension up through her front end. But her real issue is a structural issue today, and we just need to get her up on those pasterns, get her moving the way she needs to move. The young lady with the black-headed doe that goes next in the class, the same kind of capacity as the goat ahead of her. This is one that I would like to see that neck tie into the shoulder just a little cleaner. She wants to get a little coarser, maybe the way she's designed through her brisket. I love the rib shape, and I love the depth of body, and I love the power she has. I think that she has tremendous potential in terms of breeding a productive female and making meat goats. She's got the bone and she's got the muscle, but again, we've got one that's really suffering in terms of the way she tracks off of that hindquarters today. She's really wanting to roll back on those pasterns, and I would like to correct her there. The young lady with the paint that comes next in the class, she profiles beautifully. She has excellent breed character. She's a doe that is really attractive in terms of the way she profiles. Again, we've got one that wants to run downhill on us just a little bit. In terms of overall power from front to back, I think that we need to just power her up in bone and muscle to be able to compete with the does ahead. The same thing can be said for the black doe. And I'll say one thing about the black doe. I really love the first 1/3 of this animal, and I like the way she transitions out of that first 1/3 into that rack. I like the rib shape on this one. I'd like to lengthen her out from hook to pin. I'd like to make her more powerful out of her hindquarters. I'd like to give her more muscle and bone to be able to move up. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 26. First, entry 174, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB Whiskey Lily. Second goes entry 173, Colby Wilson of Georgetown, Delaware, with Maine Tiramisu. Third goes entry 170, Tegan Walker. Fourth goes to entry 178, also Tegan Walker. Fifth goes to entry 179, Christian Stockberger. Sixth goes to entry 175, Madison Schrader. Seventh goes to entry 182, Hayden Geffert. Eighth goes to entry 176, Mallory Geffert. Ninth goes to entry 171, Lainey Joe Adams. And 10th goes to entry number 181, Mariah Davidson. Now coming in the ring, we've got Class 27 yearling does 16 to 20 months. Class 28 yearling does 20 to under 24 months. Please be making your way to ringside. Again, Class 27 is entering the ring. Class 28, please be making your way to ringside. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 27 is currently in the ring. Class 28, you should be lined up in the makeup area, getting ready for your class. Again, Class 27 is currently in the ring and circling. Class 28, you should be getting lined up in the makeup area. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 27 is currently being placed. Class 28, you need to be making your way to ringside. Again, Class 27 is being placed. Class 28, you need to make your way to ringside. Attention in the barns, entry 212, Colby Wilson, please make your way to ringside. Again, Entry 212, Colby Wilson, please make your way to ringside. Class 27 is being placed, and your class is up next. Attention in the barns, Tyler Stollifer, please come up to the ring. Again, Tyler Stollifer, please come up to the announcer's booth up at ringside. Thank you.
We're going to start the class with this red paint doe. If you want to talk about capacity, she really has it. I like the way this one balances up. If I'm being super critical of her, I'd like to slim her down just a little bit. I think she's getting a little on the heavy end for me. But in terms of overall structure and movement, she moves quite well on her feet and legs. She's flexible enough. She's wide tracking. We like that about her. The doe in the second hole. I love the first 2/3 of her. I think on the profile, she's super, super attractive. I think she excels in terms of attractiveness over the first place individual. I want to correct her in terms of power and movement out of her hindquarters. She really wants to get close for me in terms of movement out of that back end. I just want to widen her out, but I think she's a super neat, very productive, high quality animal. So congratulations to you as well. The gentleman in the third hole, I think very, very much like the second place individual. However, for me, this one, when we start to compare the two, wants to get a little shorter couple, doesn't quite have the extension through the front end or through the body. Again, we've got an issue in that hindquarters in terms of movement. I want to correct her there. But again, high quality in that third place one. High quality in the fourth too. I think the fourth one really excels in terms of attractiveness over the third place individual. We get back to that last 1/3 and she kind of loses it for me just in terms of squareness of hip and overall muscle volume, and I want to be able to give her that so that she can move up. The young man with the red doe here, this is another one that's super attractive, really good on her feet and legs. In terms of movement, I think she's really flexible. If I'm being super critical of this one, I want to make her more powerful through the center portion of her body. I want to just elevate her there. I want to see her transition right out of her withers, back through those hooks at a more level. A doe that, again, though, I think has enough lower rib shape and enough depth for me. This is one that we need to give more bone, and we need to give just a little bit more muscle, especially in those lower extremities, to be able to move her up. But again, high quality animal. The doe that goes next in the class, the young lady here in the black sweater, I love the first 2/3 of this one as well. She's big ribbed. She's really, really got a lot of capacity in her rib shape. I appreciate that about her, and it's to be commended. As we transition back into that flank, I'd like for her to be a little deeper. She's not quite as deep in that flank as she is actually as she is in rib. She's long. She's elevated. She's extended. I like that about her. As we transition back into that last 1/3, I'd like to square this one up in the hip too. I'd like to give her more overall muscle volume out of that last 1/3. I think she's lovely in terms of femininity. I think she has excellent breed character, and I think there's a lot of good qualities in her. The young man with the black dapple here, again, love the first 2/3. I love the capacity, love the center portion of the body. This one's got plenty enough bone for me. When we compare that one to the goat ahead, this is one we might want to maybe get up off of the ground just a little bit. She wants to get a little closer in her pin set. She wants to track close at the ground. The dapple paint that comes next in the class, super attractive on the profile, more moderate in her design. This is one that I want to stretch out to be able to compete with those longer, more extended animals that come before her. In terms of the way she's constructed down through that back leg, she wants to get really, really straight and really posty in that hock. I want to give her more angulation there. I want to see her track out a little bit more fluently. I want to see her a little bit more flexible in terms of movement. The goat that comes next in the class. And the one thing that I want to comment about this animal is that she's really good on her feet and legs. She's wide tracking. I appreciate that one. In terms of balance, this one loses a little bit of balance in terms of the way that she's designed. She needs more length of body. She's super short. She has extension in the front end. Everything just doesn't tie together in terms of the way that she's constructed as nicely in terms of her rib shape. She's got a nice rib shape about her. She needs more power in terms of bone and muscle. The young man here with the black doe, I love the first 2/3 of this one as well. This one really wants to run downhill for me. She gives up a lot in terms of natural muscling back through that hindquarters, and she needs more bone as well. The young lady with the spotted doe, again, I like the first 2/3. This one wants to get a little high in her hip. This is one that's a little coarser made, I think. Not as quite as effeminate as the does ahead of her. I like the capacity through the center portion of her body. This is one that we just want to power up in terms of movement as well and give more muscle. And then the young man that we in the class with, we've got one here that profiles beautifully. And if I can say anything about this one, I think in terms of the way that she's designed, I think she balances up really, really nicely. She's getting overpowered in terms of capacity, bone, and muscle, but I think that may come with a little bit of age and maturity. I think there's a lot of good quality in this one as well, so congratulations to you.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 27. First, entry 196, Walker Short of Paris, Kentucky, with RMA 2, Rose Petal. Second, entry 184, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, TKGB Affinity. Third goes to entry 188, Breton Bassford. Fourth goes to entry 199, Grace Ellis. Fifth goes to entry 190, Wilson Kegley. Sixth goes to entry 191, Adeline Horn. Seventh goes to entry 195, Tegan Walker. Eighth goes to entry 189, Logan Holan. Ninth goes to entry 198, Gus Ciano. And 10th goes to entry 201, Brandon LeConte. Coming into the ring now, we should have Class 28, Yearling Does 20 to under 24 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Just some housekeeping things moving forward. Following the conclusion of the show, thereafter we finish with the buck show, there will be a 15-minute break between the show and the start of showmanship. And showmanship will start with juniors and run to seniors. Again, 15-minute break between the show and showmanship, starting with juniors, running to seniors. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Following the conclusion of this class, we will have our yearling champion and reserve champion drive. We need the first and second places from classes 26, 27, and 28. From 26, I need 174, Piper Fisher, and 173, Colby Wilson. From 27, I need entry number 196, Walker Short, and entry 184, Piper Fisher.
Again, I've pulled 12 high quality individuals. Again, there's still some good quality standing on the rail. We're going to go ahead and release those guys, so let's give them a hand as they exit the ring.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Once again, Class 28 is in the ring. Following Class 28, we will have our yearling champion and reserve champion doe drive. That means we need the class winners and second places from classes 26, 27, and 28 once it's finished on deck. From Class 26, I need entries 174 and 173. From Class 27, I need entries 196 and 184. Again, Class 28 is in the ring, and we will roll into our yearling doe division at the conclusion of it.
We start the class with a doe that is really effeminate, a doe, again, with a lot of capacity. We've got some does in here maybe that have a little bigger bone to them, but in terms of movement and flexibility and structure, she leads the class quite easily for me. The doe that goes in the second spot, I like this doe a lot. She's slightly more powerful in terms of bone. I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor just a little bit. She's really long and extended. I love her through the center portion of her body. In terms of movement, she's not quite as flexible in terms of movement. I'd like to see her track a little wider out of the last 1/3. The young man that goes in the third spot here, this is one that's just getting beat just in terms of extension, especially through the last 1/3. If we could just stretch her out and level her just a bit from hook to pin there to be able to compete with those first two does, I think that it would give her overall just a different look. I like the power in this one. I like the bone. I like the muscle. I like how she combines that femininity and breed character with a tremendous amount of power, and I think there's a lot of good quality in this one, and I think she's to be commended. The young man that goes here in this fourth hole, this one is by far, and I'm going to say this, the widest tracking doe in the class. I'm going to say it. She is. She's super good on her feet and legs. If I could open her up in her lower forerib just a little bit, maybe make her a little bit more powerful in terms of bone, give her a little bit more overall muscle volume, and I'm not picking on her, and I don't even want to sound like that I'm saying that she's deficient anywhere, because she's not. She has enough. However, when we compare her to the three does ahead of her, she's just getting beat out by it. The young man here in the pink shirt that goes next in the class, this one is one that profiles really beautifully. Again, super powerful from front to back, wide enough for me. We get back into that last 1/3. She wants to close up in her pin set just a little bit. She wants to get a little straighter in her hock. She wants to come together at the ground. I'd like to see her just track out a little bit more powerfully, a little bit more wider, and a little bit more fluid off of that back end. But again, there's a lot of good quality in this one as well. As we move over to the second line here, we've got a doe, excuse me, we've got a doe here that has, again, a tremendous amount of power. A doe that's big ribbed. I think this one is a little coarser made than the does ahead. This is one we want to clean up through that chest floor just a little bit. In terms of the way she transitions through her top, I'd like to strengthen her right through the center portion of her top. Again, we've got one that wants to run downhill just a little bit. I like the angulation that she's got in her hock. She moves fluently enough off of both ends, but again, she wants to get a little close for me. The black dappled paint doe, that was hard to say, excuse me. This is one that in terms of the way she's designed, I like the way she bounces up. I think she's super attractive. Again, we've got one that I just want to correct in terms of movement. We need to really correct her in terms of her feet and legs. She could stand to have a little bit more bone. She could stand to have a little bit more power down through the forearm. The young lady in the purple here that goes next, again, we've got a really functional looking doe. We've got one that profiles really, really nicely. If I could change this one at all, I might want to frame her up just a little bit. You got some does ahead of her that have a lot more extension through the front end, some does that have a little more extension through the center portion of her body. This is one that, again, in terms of movement, we need to correct. We need to give her a bit more bone, but a lot of capacity in this one. She's got a really good look about her, and I think that she's very productive in her makeup. Same thing can be said for the doe ahead of her. In terms of, or behind her, I'm sorry. The goat that comes next in the class, in terms of attractiveness, she's super pretty. She's a doe that's extended. She's long-bodied. She's deep-bodied. She's really given up some in terms of correctness on those hind legs today. She's really wanting to give on those pasterns. I just want to strengthen her there. She's flexing more than she should be, and that's what really puts her down the line. I think if we could correct that, I think we could move her up quite easily. The young lady comes next here with this red doe. This one doesn't balance up quite as nicely for me in terms of the way she's constructed. I think she's super pretty. I think she's got a lot of capacity. I don't think that in terms of balance, she's quite where I want her. I'd like to get a little more extension through her body and maybe extend her through her front end just a little bit. She's up off the ground plenty enough, but in terms of the way she profiles beautifully. She's really, really effeminate. She's got breed character. We like that about her. We like the rib shape that she has in her. Again, this is one that just needs more bone and more muscle and more power to be able to compete with the does ahead of her. And I think this next doe that we follow the red doe with, that's where this one really excels. She's got a tremendous amount of power about her. She's a doe that I think in terms of balance, again, if we could just make her a tick longer, I think that she would be more attractive, especially up through that front end. She's super long-legged. And when we have those long legs and, you know, we need a lot of length sometimes to just kind of balance that out. I think she's got a lot of bone, and I think she's got a lot of natural muscling, and she's got a lot of capacity. But as we transition right out of those hooks back into that pin set, they want to close up. She wants to get super narrow in her pin set. That kind of transitions in right down to the ground in terms of movement, so that's where we want to change her. And then the doe that we in the class with, again, a doe that profiles really nicely, a doe that has enough power for me. I like the rib shape in her. I like the power that she has in terms of muscle down through those lower extremities. But when we start to compare her to the does ahead of her, we want to open her up in her rib shape. She wants to get slightly flatter sided. And, you know, if she was standing out here by herself, I'd be like, no way, she's great. But when you start to compare her to those other does, that's when we really start to see that. And that's when I want to make that change in her. Again, this is one that wants to get a little closer in her pin set to suit me.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 28. First, entry 216, Bailey Brumfield from Bainbridge, Ohio, with BLAC Friday Feeling. Second goes to entry 217, Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB Charmaine. Third goes to entry 205, Kellen Scott. Fourth goes to entry 212, Colby Wilson. Fifth goes to entry 215, Levi Domez. Sixth goes to entry 208, Mariah Davidson. Seventh goes to entry 203, John Fregia. Eighth goes to entry 209, Lily Inman. Ninth goes to entry 204, Adeline Horn. And 10th goes to entry 207, Avery Holman. Coming in the ring now, we've got our yearling champion doe, Grand and Reserve Division Drive. From Class 26, we've got first place, entry 174 for Piper Fisher. Second, entry 173 for Colby Wilson. From Class 27, first, entry 196 for Walker Short. Second, entry 184 for Piper Fisher. And from Class 28, first from entry 216, Bailey Brumfield. And second from entry 217, Piper Fisher. Once again, I'd like to take this time to remind everyone all division champions and reserves need to make their way to the backdrop for pictures there following their selection. Classes 31 and 32. The Yearling Champion Doe Division Grand and Reserve Drive is currently in the ring. Please be making your way to ringside. Again, classes 31 and 32. The division in front of you is in the ring. Please make your way to ringside.
We get into this drive here, the young lady here in the red, we're going to start with this doe. Again, tremendous amount of power in this doe, femininity and breed character. She's really super good on her feet and legs. We appreciate that about her. She's really functional in her design. She's extremely flexible in movement. The young man that went next in that class, we've got one here that just overpowered. In terms of the functionality, same kind of functionality, really clean in the lines, really deep in the body. We really like that about that doe. Really, again, flexible, just a little overpowered in terms of frame size. The gentleman here with the red paint doe, this one, a tremendous amount of capacity. I like the balance in this one. I like how this one moves around the ring. If I compare this one to some of the other goats in here today, I might like to maybe give her just a little bit more angulation. Interestingly enough, she tracks wide enough and fluently enough for me. She's got a tremendous amount of power about her as well. As I commented in class, I'd like to maybe take just a few pounds off of her. I think she's a little over-conditioned, but again, she's carrying it quite nicely and she's not falling apart. The doe that goes second in that class, again, a doe that profiles really, really nicely. And where we really wanted to correct that one was just in terms of movement. That one wanted to get a little too close for me at the ground. And then out of this last class here, this young lady with this doe, we've got one that's really feminine, super clean in its lines, has a tremendous amount of breed character and femininity and elegance about her. She combines that really, really well with power, one that has lots of angulation back through that hock, one that travels fluently around the ring. It's flexible enough for me off of both ends and wide enough from flank to flank. And then we've got another goat back here that went second to her, this Cape Doe or paint. This one, again, same kind of animal. I just prefer this, the one that went ahead of her just in terms of overall movement and structure. But again, there's one that has a lot of very productive qualities about it, deep-bodied, big cylindrical rib shape, heavy bone and muscle. Just an excellent doe to go second in that class as well. For me today, I think the one that's most defining in terms of structure, the one that has the best qualities about it, the one that is the soundest, the one that's the cleanest in its lines, the one that's The most powerful and combines that with elegance quite well will be the young lady here directly in front of me. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations. And we're going to follow her with a doe that's a little different style, but super, super good on her feet and legs. She really looks better moving than she does standing, and I think she's got a big future ahead of her. The young lady in the red will be your reserve. Congratulations to you. Very good.
Congratulations to our yearling champion doe and reserve champion doe females. Your champion goes to the class winner from class 28. That's entry 216 for Bailey Brumfield of Bainbridge, Ohio. Your reserve is the class winner from class 26. That's entry 174 for Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma. Coming up next, we've got our class 31, 2-year-old does, 24 to under 36 months.
And start the class with a doe that I feel is more complete in terms of the way she ties together. She's really clean in her lines. I like the bone in this one. I like the muscle. I like the capacity. I like the femininity. If I could change her at all, I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit more fluid in terms of her movement. Same thing can be said for the goat that goes second. I really appreciate this doe in terms of the extension that she has. She's really up fronted. She's a doe that's really long. She has enough capacity about her. She's just getting overpowered in terms of bone and muscle today. If we could change her at all, I'd like to clean her up in her lines just a little bit. She's a little coarser made through her body, but super, super functional and very productive in her makeup.
Thank you, Judge. Folks, we are making good time up here. Class 32, your class is headed into the ring. We just wrapped up Class 31. Class 32, full-blood age does, 36 months and over. Your class is headed into the ring. Please get up here ASAP. This is last call. Results of Class 31, full-blood 2-year-old does. First, entry 222, Lizzie Hefner from Lebanon, Indiana with Scarlet Isle. Second, entry 223 for Marissa Chavez of Versailles, Kentucky with JCR5, Good Girl Gone Bad. Now coming in, Class 32, full-blood age does. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Bred Knowns for the Full Blood Show will be conducted in the same manner as the Bred Knowns for the Percent Show. Bring your papers and bring your does to ringside so both can be checked out. Again, Full Bloods for the Bred Knowns for the Full Blood Show will be conducted in the same manner as they were for the Percent Show. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. A black and Navajo pearl dangle earring was found over by the bleachers. If you're missing one, please come up to the announcer's booth to find it and claim it. Thank you. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 32 is circling the ring currently. Class 32 is circling the ring. That means that soon we will slide into our senior champion full blood doe drive. From Class 31, we need entry 222 and 223, as well as the first and second place out of Class 33. Immediately following that, we will roll into our champion overall and reserve champion overall doe. For that, we need entry 153 from Bailey Brumfield, entry 159 from Kellen Knott, entry 216 from Bailey Brumfield, and entry 174 from Piper Fisher.
We're going to start the class with the young man in the black shirt here. I think in terms of power, she takes that first spot quite easily. She's super clean in her lines. This is one that in terms of wear and tear, she's starting to show it a little bit just in terms of flexing off of her pasterns. I am not going to call her weak pastern. You can see her standing there and she's not down on them. But when we do put her into motion, she wants to flex a little more than I would like to see. She's sufficient in bone. She's sufficient in muscle. She has a tremendous amount of capacity about her. And she's been in production. When you look at that other, it's high and tight, and you can tell she's nursed kids, and I appreciate that about that doe. The doe that is in the second hole, we got all the length and extension we'd want here. I think in terms of just femininity and her overall look, I think she's more attractive than the doe that goes in the first hole, and she's to be commended for that. If I could change her at all, I'd like to give her the power from front to back of the doe ahead of her. I'd like to lift her right through her top. I'd like to give her a little bit more power in terms of overall muscle volume out of that last 1/3. As we get back to this third hole here, again, we've got a doe with a tremendous amount of capacity. I like the depth of body that she has. I like the extension through the front end and through her body. In terms of movement, we want to correct her off of her feet and legs. I'd like to make her a little bit more powerful just in terms of bone and muscle, especially down through the forearm and through the stifle. But that one's to be commended as well for doing her job. You can look at her and tell that she's nursed kids. She's got a really nice form to her udder, and that's what it's all about when we get into these age does, so congratulations to you. The young man that goes next here in the plaid shirt, this one is a powerhouse of an animal, lots of bone and lots of muscle in this one. Doesn't quite have the capacity or the length of body of the does ahead. Plenty enough extended through the front end for me. I like the top and the rib shape in this one. If I could change this one at all, I'd like to give her a little bit more natural muscle on the outside of that back leg. I'd like to give her a little more angulation to her hock so that she's a bit more flexible in terms of movement when we put her into motion. I think we're the next, the goat we end the class with, I think where she really excels is in the first 2/3. She's got a lot of power there. She's not maybe as feminine as the does ahead of her. She's a little bit coarser made through her chest. I'd like to clean her up there. But in terms of her rib shape and capacity, there's enough. This is, again, one that we just want to correct in terms of structure. This one's probably showing the most wear and tear in terms of movement on those back legs. And, you know, this is something that we expect with these older does. So I don't want to be too hard on her, but when you get her in here and you start competing with animals that are more flexible and animals that are just a little bit more youthful in terms of the way they're constructed, it's going to get you every time. But I think she's to be commended as being a production doe. I like what I see, so congratulations to you.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 32. First goes entry 231, Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana, with DPON Rule Breaker. Second goes to entry 230, Bailey Brumfield of Bainbridge, Ohio, with MADI-TRV After Chick. Third goes to entry 229, Marissa Chavez. Fourth goes to entry 226, Parker Pugh. And fifth goes to entry 227, Lillian Heisel. Coming in now, we've got our senior champion doe drive from Class 31. We've got entry 222 of Lizzie Hefner and entry 223 of Marissa Chavez. And from Class 32, we've got entry 231 of Tegan Walker and entry 230 of Bailey Brumfield. Immediately following this, we will roll into our champion and reserve champion overall Division Doe drive. Please have those females at ringside who were champions of Division 1, 2, and subsequently 3 here. Our junior champion full-blood doe we need at side, Bailey Brumfield. Our yearling champion female also belongs to Bailey Brumfield. Our reserve junior female belongs to Kellen Dott. And our reserve yearling female belongs to Piper Fisher. Again, please have those does in the makeup area so we can roll into our Supreme Drive immediately following this division.
We get into our senior doe drive here, our 24 to 36 month does. We started that class with an extremely powerful doe. She's powerful in bone and muscle. She's powerful in rib shape. She's got depth of body. She's feminine enough for me. In terms of flexibility, she's flexible enough off of her feet and legs at this point in the game. And I think she's a tremendous doe to start that 24 to 36 month class. The doe that was second to her, we like that she's so productive looking. We like the frame she has. We like the extension that she has. We just wanted to give her the bone that the doe ahead of her had. We wanted to give her the power. And we just wanted to clean her up just a bit in terms of her lines. Out of our 36 and older class, the gentleman here in the black, we've got a doe that has a tremendous rib shape about her. She's a big top doe. She's squared hip. She's a doe that's got plenty enough power. She's a doe that's still really clean in terms of her design. We like that about her. In terms of fluidity, she's fluid enough on her feet and legs. She still maintains that feminine look. She has excellent breed character as well. The doe that went second to her in that class, she's the pretty doe. She's the one that gets your attention. She's the one that has the show appeal. In terms of length of body and extension, she's certainly long-bodied. She's certainly extended. We like the way this one profiles. We like the depth of body that she has. Again, we've got one that's fluid in terms of movement. If I could change that one at all, I would like to give her the power of the doe ahead of her. For me today, I'm going to use the two power does, the two does that I think are sound enough in terms of structure. The young man in the black, our 36 and over doe. She will be your champion in this division. We're going to follow her with the young lady in the blue. That will be your reserve.
Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion, senior champion full blood does. Your champion goes to entry number 231, Tegan Walker from Michigantown, Indiana. And your reserve goes to entry 222, Lizzie Hefner of Lebanon, Indiana. Coming in the net ring next, we should have our champion overall, Doe Drive. From our junior champion division, entry 153, Bailey Brumfield from Bainbridge, Ohio, with BMACK 1026. Reserving that division was Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with BSMF Buttercup. From our junior yearling champion division, that goes to Bailey Brumfield as well, with entry 216 from Bainbridge, Ohio, with BLAC Friday Feeling. Reserving that division goes to entry number 174, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB Whiskey Lily. And then in our senior division, champion goes to entry 231, Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana. And your reserve goes to entry 222, Lizzie Hefner of Lebanon, Indiana. Folks, immediately following the grand drive here, we will roll into our Bred and Known show. Make sure you have them at ringside. Bring your papers, just like the percent show. That will be we'll check your papers, and we'll roll into the ring. No entries necessary for that class. Immediately following that division, we will roll into our full-blood bucks as well with no break. So make sure you have those bucks up at side as well.
So we get into our overall doe drive here. Tremendous amount of quality in all of these does, and I want to commend each of these juniors for the job that they're doing. Well done. Our junior does, we're going to start with the doe that in terms of balance and design is top notch. She's good on her feet and legs, extremely fluid. In terms of movement, she's extremely flexible off of both ends. She's big topped, big ribbed, square hipped. A lot more could be said about her, but just an excellent, excellent young doe. Same thing in that doe that went reserved to her in that drive. That one's one that maybe just doesn't have as much capacity, but in terms of movement, extremely flexible there as well. Really, really clean in terms of her lines and deep-bodied. I like the femininity in that one. I like how she combines it with power quite well. She's super square out of her hip. You know, it's another one of those when you put her into motion, she looks better moving than she does just standing. And then we've got our yearlings here. We've got the yearling that we started that drive with. She's really, really clean in her lines. If you ask me if she's the biggest bone doe in here, I'm still going to say no, she's not. Is she sufficient? Absolutely. Another one that maybe when I compare her to some of these other goats, I'd like to see maybe move off of her feet and legs just with a little bit more flex. A goat that I think moves well enough. The center portion of her body, right through that barrel, a tremendous amount of capacity. We like the femininity in her as well. We like how she combines that with power. She has excellent breed character. The same can be said for the doe that went reserve in that division. If I compare her to some of the other goats in here, we might like to strengthen her right out of her shoulder into her rack. But again, and I made the comment, when you put her into motion, she looks way better moving than she does just standing in the lineup. She's wide enough tracking for me. I like the capacity that that one has. And I think, again, we've got a goat that has a really, really good appearance and good look about her. The young man here in the black out of our senior division, that was the doe that is just the powerhouse doe out of the two. She was the doe that was biggest rib. She was the doe that was deepest bodied. She's the doe that from flank to flank by far was the widest. She maybe wasn't the prettiest doe in that division, but in terms of power and functionality, she came into that first hole quite easily. And then the one that went reserved to her, that's one that maybe she's a little plainer made. Maybe she's not like, you know, the doe that just strikes you as being the most attractive, but when we start to really evaluate her, she has the power and she has the rib shape. She's the one that we wanted to correct maybe just in terms of movement a bit. But for me, she came to the top of that division as a reserve quite easily as well. For me today, I think I've got two does in here that are really sound, two does that are really functional, two does that are really balanced, two does that have the femininity that we want in these animals, two does that have the rib shape and the power, and those two does come out of the same division. That will be your junior division. This young lady will be your champion. The young man will be your reserve. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Judge. Congrats to our grand and reserve grand overall champion junior full-blood females, both coming out of our junior division. Your champion, entry 153 for Bailey Brumfield from Bainbridge, Ohio, with BMAC 1026. Your reserve, entry 159 for Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with BSMF Buttercup. Now coming in the ring should be our bred-known division. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Following the conclusion of our Bred and Known Does show here, as I said, we're going to roll right into our full blood buck show. Again, start getting those buck kids, classes 39, 40, 41, and 42 up to ringside, as we're going to roll into those very shortly here.
As we get into our bred and owned, these juniors are doing a fantastic job. There's lots of high quality here from beginning to end when we look at this group of animals. So let's give these guys a big hand before I make my decision. I'm going to pick two animals, and I've talked all day about functionality and structure and breed character and how powerful these animals are and how productive they need to be in their look. There's a couple out here that really strike me as being top-notch. The young lady here in the red directly in front of me will be your Bred and Known champion. Congratulations. The young man up front in the green, he will be your reserve.
Congratulations to our champion, Bred and Known Full Blood Does. Your champion goes to entry 174 from Piper Fisher. And your reserve goes to entry 115 from Drew Pontius. Next up, we're going to be rolling into our buck show, our full blood buck show, starting with class 40, buck kids 3 to under 6 months. We will quickly roll through 40, 41, and 42 to have them at ringside. Attention in the barns, class 40. We are ready for you at ringside, and we are told that none of you are there yet. Please get yourselves down to ringside. We are ready to roll into the full blood buck show. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 40 is entering the ring. Class 40 is entering the ring. We will quickly make it through 41 and 42. Please continue to get your way up to ringside.
We're going to start our buck show here with the paint buck. This is the one that has the extension. He's extended through the front end and down through that body. He's got a fair amount of bone about him. In terms of development, he's a little green at this point. We need to fill him out. He's one that could stand a little bit of time before he comes back to the ring. Same thing could be said about this black kid here. This one's just not quite as framey. He doesn't have quite the extension or the bone work of the one ahead of him, but I think given some time, maybe he'll get that too. So congratulations to you both.
Congratulations to Class 40. First place, it goes to entry 239, Bradley Shirley from Sinks Grove, West Virginia, with RHKF tailor-made. Second goes to entry 89, Emmett Kowalski from Sinks Grove, West Virginia, with RHKF Maximum. Now entering the ring, we'll have Class 41, full-blood buck kids, 6 to under 9 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 41 is currently in the ring. Class 42, buck kids 9 to under 12 months, please be making your way to ringside. Again, Class 41 is currently in the ring. Class 42, please be making your way to ringside. Attention in the barns, class 41. Full blood buck kid, 6 to under 9 months is currently being placed. Class 42, please be making your way to ringside to get lined up. Again, class 41 is being placed. Class 42, please be making your way to ringside.
We're going to start the class with a buck that has a tremendous amount of extension in him. He's really clean through that chest floor. I like that about him. He's big boned. For a young buck, he's not overdone, and he's still carrying a fair amount of muscling from front to back. I like the rib shape in this one. In terms of fluidity, he's super flexible. I like that about him. I like how he transitions right out of those hooks into his pins. Lots of angulation in this one as well. The black-headed buck here, not quite as much power through the center portion of his body as the goat that wins the class. He's really good on his feet and legs. I like the way this one moves as well. He's super, super clean in his lines. Really nice young buck. I think he's showing us enough masculinity, but still really maintaining the cleanliness in terms of the way that he transitions from front to back. The goat that goes third in the class, this one caught my eye as soon as he walked through the gate. I like this one a lot. This is one that's more modern in his build. He's one that we want to just elevate right through the upper portion of his spine there. He transitions out of his shoulder into his rack, not quite as smoothly as I would like for him to. And that's what really gets him in that third hole. In terms of balance and design, I think he's quite nice. I like the bone he has. I like the natural muscling. I like the squareness of his hip. I think that one's got a big future in front of him as well. The one that goes in our fourth hole. This is one that I love the first 1/3 of him. I think he's super attractive. I'd like to lengthen him out. I think for his size and his stature, I'd like to just make him a little bit more framier to be able to compete with that 1 and 2 goat. He's one that wants to break at the shoulder and then again at the hip just a bit. In terms of overall balance, I don't think he balances up quite as nicely as the goats ahead of him, but I think he has a fair amount of bone and muscling and rib shape, and I think that this one too has a lot of product in him, and I think that you can get some good out of him if you put him on the right dose. The one that goes next in the class, I want to open him up in his horn set. This is one that I just want to lengthen out in that last 1/3. He wants to get pretty, a little bit too moderate for me. I don't have anything against a moderate animal, but I want that balance with that moderation. This is one I just want to get up off the ground and just stretch out just a tick to be able to move up in the class today. Our red paint goat that goes next in the class, I think this is one that really profiles nicely. In terms of the way this one is constructed, when we start to compare this one to the goats ahead, we're going to want to open this one up in the front end just a little bit. This one wants to get slightly flatter in terms of its rib shape. This is one that's really clean in his lines. I like the way this one moves off of his feet and legs. I like the flexibility of him, but I don't think he's showing us enough power today. The black spotted goat here that goes next in the class, really attractive in terms of his design. This is one that's really balanced. When you get your hands on this one, again, I want more power, especially through the center portion of the body. As we transition back into that last 1/3 and we get our hands on him, he needs more overall natural muscling, and we need to see that really extend down into that stifle. The next goat in the class is a really interesting one, and we talk about balance. The first 2/3 of this one is really cool. He's really good. When we get back into that last 1/3, he gets really, really short from hook to pin. I'm going to go as far as to say that because he is constructed that way, and I do think it makes him look out of balance, it almost looks like his hindquarters belong to another animal. He gets really, really posty in his legs. He's super choppy. He's not very flexible in terms of movement. Now, if you want to talk about breed character and you want to talk about bone and you want to talk about muscle and rib shape, he definitely has that. There's just some to be desired in terms of the way that he's put together. The goat that we end the class with, this one, again, is a goat that profiles nicely enough, but this is where we get into wanting to really open these animals up. We want to see more width from front to back, more natural muscle, and more bone to move them up.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 41. First, entry 251, Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with BSMF Wild Thing. Second goes to entry 249, Walker Short from Paris, Kentucky, with ROE3 Darkest Hour. Third goes to entry 241, Breton Bassford from Pennville, Indiana. Fourth goes to entry 245, Drew Pontius from Bloomingburg, Ohio. Fifth goes to entry 244, Clayton Newton from Decker, Indiana. Sixth goes to entry 243, Laney Joe Adams from Raleigh, Illinois. Seventh goes to entry 247, Olivia Rosemeyer, Brookville, Indiana. Eighth goes to entry 242, Breton Brassford, Pennville, Indiana. And ninth goes to entry 246, Emmett Kowalski, Sinks Grove, West Virginia. Coming in now, we got Class 42, full-blood buck kids, 9 to under 12 months. Immediately following this, we will roll into our Junior Buck Champion Drive from Class 40. I need entry number 239 for Bradley Shirley and entry 89 for Emmett Kowalski. From Class 41, I need entry 251 for Kellen Knott and 249 for Walker Short. Immediately following this division, we will have our classes 45, 46, and 47. So make sure you've got those yearling bucks up here at ringside so we can roll into those classes. Again, immediately following this class and its subsequent division, we will roll into classes 45, 46, and 47 of the yearling buck division.
We're going to start the class with a buck. It's a little different style than our second and third place individuals. He's not quite as extended, but he does balance up for his type and his kind. He's a buck that has a lot of muscle about him, natural muscling. He's a buck that has a lot of natural bone about him. He's got a big rib shape about him. When you get your hands on this one, he transitions through his top pretty well. He's fluent in movement. He's the widest tracking in the class, and I think everything kind of comes together when we put him into motion, just a little bit more sound than our second or third place. The second place animal, by far in terms of overall extension, is more extended through the front end and through the body, and I appreciate that about him. He's not quite as clean through his chest. He's just a little coarser made there. When you get your hands on him, he really wants to give up a little bit in terms of the way he transitions out of his withers into his rack. As we transition back into that hindquarters, this is one that wants to get, again, a little closer in his pin set. We put him into motion, and he gets a little narrow at the ground. Now, he's plenty flexible enough for me off of both ends in terms of movement, and there's a lot of good in this one. I think maybe if we could just open him up in his horn set, open him up in his pin set, maybe just clean him up in his front end just a little bit, I think that we'd really be in the game. The one that goes in the third hole here, again, we've got one, there's a lot to like about him. He's, in terms of balance, he's really balanced for his type and kind. He's one that, again, I'd like to give him a little more upper forerib so that as he transitions from front to back, he's got a little more power over his top. He's one that, for me today, when we put him into motion, he's flexing off of his pasterns just a little more than I would like for him to be. I'd like to just fix him there, and I think if we could do that, we could certainly move him up pretty easily.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 42. First goes to entry 255, Drew Pontius of Bloomingburg, Ohio, with DPON record holder. Second goes to entry 253, Carolina Carner of Butler, Pennsylvania, with RM Custom Cowboy. Coming in now, we've got our junior champion buck drive from Class 40. First goes to entry 239 of Bradley Shirley. Second went to entry 89 of Emmett Kowalski. From Class 41, first went to entry 251 of Kellen Knott, and second went to entry 249 of Walker Short. From Class 42, first went to entry 255 of Drew Pontius, and second went to entry 253 of Carolina Carner. Immediately following this division, like I said, we will roll into classes 45, 46, and 47 in our yearling buck division, so please have those guys up at ringside. Following the buck show, we will also take a short break before we roll into showmanship. And just a reminder, showmanship will run from juniors up to seniors.
So we get into our junior drive here. I'm not going to talk these to death because these classes have been small and I've had plenty to say about them already. For me, though, there's a couple of goats in here that in terms of just overall structure, for me, come to the top pretty easily. They're goats that have enough extension. They're goats that have enough bone and enough muscle. They're goats that really aren't over-conditioned at this point in the game, but they're really showing a lot of promise in terms of masculinity as breeding bucks. For me today, the two that come to the top are going to be out of the same class. The young man here in the stripes, he's going to be your champion. Our black-headed buck here is going to be our reserve. Congratulations to you both. Very good.
Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve champion bucks. Your champion is entry 251, Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois with BSMF Wild Thing. Your reserve is entry 249, Walker Short from Paris, Kentucky with ROE 3, Darkest Hour. Now we got class 45, full-blood yearling bucks 12 to under 16 months.
So we get into this class here. We've got one buck that we're going to start with, the traditional buck. This one has a lot of power, a lot of bone. I mean, I think easily it's when you start to compare the two of them, there's just more capacity and natural muscling in this one. He's got a lot of breed character and masculinity about him. When we get him into motion, he's flexible enough in terms of his movement. The spotted goat here doesn't have as much power. He's just getting overpowered today. When we did get him moving around here just a little, I think he's flexible enough too. I really appreciate the angulation he's got back through that last 1/3. He's one that maybe we want to just lift right through his top. He's one that maybe we want to just give a little bit more capacity to him to be able to compete with that other buck. But again, he's certainly useful in terms of a breeding buck, and I commend you for making a good one. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 45. First goes to entry 260. Amber Schroeder from Batesville, Indiana, with 1 DRLA, Driving 'em Wild. Second goes to entry 259. Christian Stockberger from Kokomo, Indiana, with KTS 24, Triple X. Now entering the rings, Class 46, full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to under 20 months.
Not a very big class here, but a lot of quality. We got two different types in kind here. We've got the bigger, more powerful framey buck, the one that has a lot of bone and a lot of muscle and masculinity about him. He's completely clean in his lines. He's really fluent in terms of movement. I watched them both walk in the ring here, and he's really good on his feet and legs. And then we've got the black buck that I'm going to put in the second hole. Maybe he's one that we just want to give a little bit more bone and a little bit more muscle to be able to compete with this bigger traditional buck. But again, a very nice buck. So we'll bring these back and see how they compete in the drive.
Thank you, Judge. Results for Class 46. First goes to entry 263 for Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with TKGBU proof. Second goes entry 261 for Adeline Plack from Batesville, Indiana, with ZM3L Into the Darkness. Now entering the ring, we have Class 47, full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to under 24 months. Immediately following this, we will have our yearling champion buck division drive. From Class 45, I need entry 260 for Amber Schroeder and entry 259 for Christian Stockberger. And from Class 46, I need entry 263 for Kellen Knott and entry 261 for Adeline Plack.
We're going to start the class with a powerhouse of a buck. You get your hands on this one. He's not over-conditioned. What you see is what you get. Lots of bone on this one, lots of rib shape, lots of natural muscle. He's completely fluent in terms of movement. I really like him on his feet and legs. He's a buck that has excellent breed character. Nice buck to start the class. The buck that goes second in the class, this is one in terms of breed character. When we compare him to the goat ahead of him, we might like to correct him in his horn set just a bit. I love the power in this one. I love that he's so big topped and so big ribbed. I like the natural muscling in him. I think when we start to compare him to that first place goat in terms of overall bone, though, we maybe want to give him a little bit more power. In terms of balance, we might balance him up just a little bit more when we compare him to the goat ahead. But this one's, again, a really good, high-quality animal. The buck that goes third in the class, this is one that I really like the extension in. I think this is one that maybe if we could just lengthen him out just a tick, he would look more balanced. He's one that has enough bone for me. You get your hands on him. He's got a good rib shape about him. He's one that just in terms of the way he transitions back into that last 1/3, he wants to get a little shorter. I just want to lengthen him out from hook to pin just a little bit. I want to maybe give him a little more angulation, but he's completely functional in terms of his makeup. I appreciate that about him, and I can see him really making some good quality does as well.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 47. First goes to entry 266, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, with TK GB King of Hearts. Second goes to entry 267, Riley White of Monticello, Indiana, with 4 JJ Two-Tone. Third goes to entry 265, Christian Stockberger of Kokomo, Indiana. Coming up next, we've got our yearling champion full blood drive from Class 1. First was entry 260 for Amber Schroeder. Second was entry 259 for Christian Stockberger. From Class 46, first was entry 263 for Kellen Knott, and second was entry 261 for Adeline Plack. And then in our last class, Class 47, first went to entry 266 for Piper Fisher, and second went to entry 267 for Riley White. Immediately following this class, we will roll into our senior bucks with Class 51, aged bucks 36 months and over, and then into our senior champion buck drive. So make sure if you were one of our junior champions or one of these yearling champions coming up, make sure you have those guys at ringside so we can roll into our grand champion buck drive.
As we get into our yearling drive, lots of quality here. It's so good to see. Out of our first class of yearlings, out of that 12 to 16, this young lady in the pink stripes, she brought us a buck that's really masculine, has a lot of muscle and a lot of bone and a lot of capacity. I compare him to some of the other bucks in here today. I'd like to maybe see a little cleaner over his top line in terms of how he's constructed. He wants to run downhill just a little bit. We're not comparing to some of these other animals. The young man with the spotted goat in the back, a lot of quality in that one as well. He profiles very nicely, just not as powerful as the goat that went ahead of him. Out of our second class here, our 16 to 20, the young man here in the stripes, we've got one that balances up again really, really nicely. And we talked about the amount of power, how much rib shape he has, and how much muscle and how much bone that he has. He's one that we're not comparing to some of the other goats in here. Maybe he doesn't have quite as much extension, but I think in terms of his design, I think that he balances up quite nicely. Again, when we put this one into motion, he's fluent enough and flexible enough on both ends for me. And then we had the black buck that went second to him. That one is the one that we just wanted to give more bone and more muscle to be able to compete with the goat ahead of him. And then the young lady in the red shirt here, out of our 20 to 24 month, that's one that, as I commented in class, you get your hands on him and it's very surprising. What you see is what you get. He's not carrying a tremendous amount of conditioning on him. He's really extended through the front end. He's really long through the body. I like the way this buck transitions from front to back. Again, we've got one that we put him into motion, and he's extremely flexible off of both ends and moves quite well. He has impeccable breed character. I like the masculinity that we see in this one as well. And then we had the one that went second to him. That's the one in terms of breed character when we compare the two of them. He's the one that maybe we would like to give him a better horn set. He's one that has a tremendous amount of power, though, through the center portion of his body. He has a lot of muscling, but we want to maybe give him more power in terms of bone and muscle down through the lower extremities. For me today, the yearling that comes to the top, for me quite easily, is going to be the young lady in the red. She's going to be the one that's your champion. The young man in the stripes, he is going to be your reserve. Congratulations to you both.
Well, thank you, Judge, and congrats to our champion and reserve champion, Yearling Full-Bloods. Your champion goes to entry 266, Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKJB, King of Hearts. Your reserve went to entry 263, Kellen Knott of Mackinac, Illinois, with TKGB, U Proof. Coming up next, we are going to have Class 51, age bucks 36 months and over.
We have a single entry 36 and older buck here. This is one that, again, if you want to talk about a powerhouse of a buck, he is a complete beast. He's big boned and he's big ribbed and he's masculine in his makeup, and he's got really, really good breed character about him. At this point in the game, for him to have the age that he has, he's pretty flexible in terms of movement. I like that about him. If I'm going to complain a little bit, I want you to take a little bit of weight off of him, okay? He's over 3 years old. We want him to be really productive and functional because I really think he's that good. But he's a super buck, so congratulations.
Results of Class 51. First place goes to Miss Piper Fisher with TKJB Troubleshooter from Hominy, Oklahoma. Coming in now, we'll have our champion and our reserve champion overall, Buck Drive. From our junior division, we'll have Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois with BSMF Wild Thing. Reserve junior full blood buck went to entry 249. Walker Short from Paris, Kentucky. Our yearling division, our champion went to Piper Fisher with entry 266 from Hominy, Oklahoma with TKJB King of Hearts. Reserve in that division went to Kellen Knott with entry 263 from Mackinac, Illinois with TKJB GB U Proof. And then in our senior division, our champion went to entry 270 for Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma with TKGB Troubleshooter. Moving forward, following this division, we will have our champion Bred Gnome Buck Drive. Same rules apply for that as have the female shows today. Bring your bucks and bring your papers up to ringside, and they will check those out. It's not an entry class, it's just a bring 'em class. Following that, we'll take a short break before we roll into showmanship. Showmanship starting with juniors, running up to seniors.
Before I announce my grant and my reserve, I don't know how many of you guys are sticking around for showmanship. I hope all of these juniors will be back to see me. But I just want to say how much I appreciate the quality of animals that I see today. I want to tell you guys as juniors how much I appreciate the work that you're doing. I think it's spectacular. This has been a really, really cool show for me to be able to come and judge here. I'm glad to see so many different faces from all over the country. I think we're at a point in this industry to where what the youth is doing for our industry is extremely important, and I just want to be sure that I thank each and every one of you all for doing that work and promoting the Boar Goat, because I think, you know, we always hear the youth are our future. Well, that's true. You are. Guys like me are going to get old and fall off the face of the earth one of these days, and you're going to have to take our places. So I just want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, and whether you went home with a ribbon today or you didn't, it's really important that you stay focused on what you're doing and that we really try to grow this industry. So thank you for having me, and also to the juniors, thank you for being very polite and humble today. It means a lot to a judge. So as we get into our juniors here, we've got two goats that are super, super nice in terms of the way they're designed. They're long-bodied, They're extended. They have enough muscle and enough bone. And as I recall, when we put them into motion, they were extremely fluent in terms of the way they moved. We liked that. The gentleman in the green, his goat just being slightly more powerful than the black-headed goat that we put into that reserve position. And then out of our yearlings here, as I talked about the yearling that won that division, I talked about how very natural he is in terms of overall muscle and bone. He's surprising when you get your hands on him. He's not over-conditioned. When I said what you see is what you get, I was being serious. This buck is not fat. He has a tremendous amount of product in him. He's extremely fluent and flexible. I like that. He has excellent breed character about him, and I think the young lady is to be commended in the job that she's doing. The young man that went reserve in that division, the same thing. This is one that I wanted to get just a little bit more extension out of him. I think in terms of his design, he's balanced up really nicely. This is another one that has a tremendous rib shape about him. This is another one that when we put him into motion, he's completely functional, very important to the job of a buck. I like the capacity in him, and I like the bone and muscle that that one has as well. And then we had our single entry 36-month and older buck, and this is the one that could definitely stand to have some competition. And here it is. It's our juniors, and it's our yearling bucks that are going to compete with him today. When I compare him to some of the other bucks in here, I think for his type and his design, I think he's super nice. He's a beast of a buck. He has, again, a lot of capacity in him. Maybe we could stretch him out just a little bit in terms of length. When I compare him to some of these other goats, he wants to get maybe just a little bit shorter coupled. I commend him on being able to carry the weight that he can carry at this age, but I also think he's a little too heavy to be carrying, or a little too old to be carrying that kind of weight. I don't think probably if we were to really put him to work, he would be as functional as I would like for him to be. In terms of movement, I think he moves around the ring well enough. Again, he has excellent breed character. This is one that I would certainly be proud to have as well. For me today, there are two animals in here that I think are really functional right now. Two animals that have a lot of bone and a lot of muscle. Two animals that have excellent breed character. Both of those animals are going to come out of the same class. Your yearlings are going to be your champion and your reserve. Congratulations to you both.
Congratulations to our champion full-blood bucks, both coming out of the yearling division. Your champion, entry 266, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB, King of Hearts. Your reserve, coming out of the same division, entry 263 for Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with TKGB, U-Proof. Coming up now, we'll have our grand champion and reserve champion, Bred Buck Drive. Everybody get those ready to bring on in. Just another note, guys, after we finish up with our Bred and Known show, make sure to head over to the backdrop and we'll get pictures taken. All division champions need to head over to get their picture taken at the backdrop as well. Again, immediately following the Bred and Known show, we'll head over to take some pictures with these bucks. All division champions need to get their picture taken.
Again, these guys are doing a tremendous job in terms of breeding. I want to commend you all. I think all of you, if you continue on the path that you're on, you have a very, very bright future ahead of you. The buck that I used for champion today, of course, I'm going to go straight to him. He's just a phenomenal young buck. So congratulations to this young lady. And we're going to follow him with the big senior buck. He's going to be your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some announcements to make. Congratulations to our champion bred gnome buck. Entry 266, Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma with TK GB King of Hearts. Piper also had reserve with entry 270 with TK GB Troubleshooter. And then our premier exhibitor for today in our junior show, if he could please come up and receive his banner, Mr. Tegan Walker of Michigan Town, Indiana, is our premier exhibitor today. Give him a big round of applause. We're going to take a short break here, folks, and get some pictures, and then we'll roll into showmanship, starting with juniors and then rolling up to seniors. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Let's get a 5-minute warning for that first round of showmanship. We will start, just a little correction, we will start with novice, and then we will work novice, junior, intermediate, and senior. Again, 5-minute call for our novice division of showmanship. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. If you are not sticking around for the open show and showing it tomorrow, releases will be signed in the office at the East Hall Suite 2 following 10 minutes after the conclusion of showmanship. Again, if you are not staying for the open show tomorrow, releases will be signed 10 minutes after the conclusion of showmanship and can be picked up in East Hall Suite 2. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. We are getting ready to start showmanship. We will start with novices. There are only 4. Juniors, please be at ringside. We are going to take you all at once. Again, we are getting ready to start showmanship, and we will start with novices. Juniors will all go at once. Now entering the ring is our novice heat of showmanship. All juniors, please be at ringside. We will bring in juniors following the novice division. If you are just tuning in for showmanship, I'd like to reintroduce our judge, Mr. Patrick Aliff from California, a highly accomplished boar goat exhibitor, judge, and advocate for agricultural education. With over 25 years of experience, Patrick has earned national honors in boar goat exhibitions and continues to be an influential figure in the industry. As an ABGA certified judge, Patrick actively participates in sanctioned breed shows nationwide, offering expertise and insights that contribute to the integrity and excellence of competitive breeding programs. His passion for agricultural education is evident in his work as a farm operations consultant, where he assists breeders in optimizing their programs for success, both in production and show settings. Let's give Patrick a big round of applause, and thank you for being here with us today. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Entries 5006, John Fregia, and entry 5010, Piper Unger. Please make your way to the ring for showmanship.
That's a complete disaster, so that's the way I'm going to leave them. Okay. The next class that comes in, though, they need to come in and put them on a W facing the rail. These little snap, so I just kind of just crushed them.
They need to do what, I'm sorry?
They need to come in, make a circle, and they need to pull into the rail and face the rail. Give it up. Okay? The next group.
I'll tell him to.
They'll understand. Okay? So we start our showmanship today. You know, these kids, they're really starting their show careers, and I can see that you guys have already been doing some practice and, you know, learning how to show your goats. The young lady that I'm going to lead the class with that has this red belted doe, here's one that, you know, she really tries to get those feet set and get her just right. We had little confusion when she came in about, you know, where she needed to be, but overall, I think when we compared her to the other individuals in the class, she's still doing a really good job. I just want to encourage you to keep doing the job that you're doing and keep learning. The young man that's in that second hole, I like your calm demeanor. You know, you got that goat set up. You're not fidgety. I appreciate that. I appreciate the eye contact that you have, and I think you're well deserved to be in the second spot. The young lady that goes third in the class, I like the intensity that you have. You know, you really give me that look like you want to win. I want you to be just a little bit less fidgety, okay, in terms of setting that goat up. I want you to relax just a little bit, set those feet, and just kind of stick and stay. And then the young man here that we in the class with, you know, that goat's really giving him a hard time today, and I think he deserves a big hand of applause, and I want to encourage him to keep coming back and doing the job that he's doing.
Thank you, Judge. Congrats to our novice showman. First place, entry 5,000, Katie Whaley. Second, entry 5,002, Jamison Workman. Third, entry 5,003, Grace Geffert. And fourth, entry 5,004, Emmett Kowalski. Now entering the ring will be our junior division. That's 8 to 12 years old. Entry 5006 and 5010. That's John Fregia and Piper Unger. Your class is headed into the ring. Please make your way to ringside. Your class is headed into the ring. This is your final call. As we roll into our junior division here, I would also like to remind you all, if you're interested in purchasing any official North American International Livestock Show merchandise, that can be found at the North American Country Store just outside of here. Go there for all of your merchandise needs, as well as find the Hitching Post located in front of West Hall with a daily schedule consisting of music videos, headliners, and opening acts. A lot of fun for the family to be found there as well.
Yeah, I'm going to keep the 10 individuals that I have in the middle of the ring out here and work them a bit more and place them. Can we give these guys on the rail, please, a big hand as they exit the ring?
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge is sorting through his top 10 junior showmen at this time. Intermediate showmen, please be making your way to ringside and get lined up. Currently, we are missing entry 5038 for Harper Hess, entry 5046 for Tyler Stolfer, entry 5048 for Izzy Chaplin, and entry 5049 for Easton Segrist. Again, the judge is working through his top 10 junior showmen currently, and we need those individuals to be making their way to the makeup area. Your class is getting lined up. We are sending them all as one, and they will go in as soon as the juniors are complete. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Intermediates, the juniors are currently beginning to be placed, okay? The juniors are getting placed. Intermediates, you need to be at ringside in the makeup area getting lined up. Again, juniors are getting placed. Intermediates need to be getting lined up in the make-ready area.
Our top two individuals here stand before me. I've got one that's just a little more seasoned, I think, a little smoother in terms of the way she moves around the animal. The other one, really, really right on her coattails. It's really hard to split hairs between them. We still have some work to do, honestly. When you bring these animals to the judge and you take them back, there's a certain way to do it. And if I'm going to be completely honest with everybody in the class, and I'm going to be, because I want this to be a good experience for you, and I want it to be an educational experience for you. Not one single person out of the 10 did it correctly. True statement, okay? So we still have work to do. But as far as the work that we have done, the two that come to the top for me, the easiest, are the two that stand before me. The young lady that is in the sweater that leads the class will be your champion. The young lady in the pink will be your reserve. Congratulations to you both.
Very good.
Congratulations to our junior showmanship exhibitors. First goes entry 5011 with Riley White. Second goes entry 9001 with Ava Dagger. Third goes entry 5024 Piper Geffert. Fourth goes to entry 5020 Tegan Walker. Fifth goes to entry 5018 Parker Pugh. Sixth goes to entry 5022 Finley Geffert. Seventh goes to entry 5008 Colton Danke. Eighth goes to entry 5005 Kelsey Whaley. Ninth goes to entry 5013 Francesca Ciano. 10th goes to entry 5016 Chesney Plack. Guys, let's give him a minute as he talks to these kids more. Whenever they're finished, we'll bring in the intermediates. This is the last call for the intermediate drive. I know I made some calls. This is the last call for the intermediate drive. You guys are getting ready to be in the ring. If you are not already up here, please get yourself up to the make ready area. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The intermediate division is in the ring now and is starting to circle. If you are a member of the intermediate division and are not in the ring or headed into the ring, you better hurry. This is your last call. Again, the intermediate division is circling and heading into the ring. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge is making his top 10 selection currently. Seniors, you need to be making sure that you're getting your way up to ringside. Like I said, the judge is making his top 10 selection. Need to make sure you're getting up to ringside.
Again, I've pulled my top 10. We're going to release these guys over here on the rail. Let's give them a big hand, please, as they exit the ring.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge is making his top 10 selection and placing those kids currently. If you are a senior who is not up at ringside and is to participate in showmanship, please get up there as soon as possible. Again, the judge is selected and is placing his top 10. Please get up to ringside. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge is making some of his final selections. Entry number 5053, Piper Fisher. And entry number 5065. Make your way to ringside. That is entry 5065, Levi Domez. And entry 5053, Piper Fisher. Make your way to ringside for showmanship. Your class is about to go in.
We have a couple of excellent showmen that have sifted to the top here quite easily for me. I like the look that you have. I like the intensity that you have. I like that you've always got the feet placed where they need to be placed. I asked you guys some questions. I had you come to me and I asked you some questions, and one of you kind of outperformed in terms of questions for me today. I think you're very comparable in your style and what you do. I like the way you bring the goat to me and how you took it back. I thought that was really excellent. These goats are, you know, you get them out on the move and your body position is in the right place, and you're both to be commended for that. I have one young lady I think is just slightly smoother in her movements. And for me today, the young lady in the blue pinstripe, she is going to be your champion showman. And it is a close, excuse me, second with the young lady in the red sweater. She is to be commended as well. Congratulations, you will be the reserve.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, congrats to our top 10 intermediate showmanship showman. First place, entry 5030, Lizzie Hefner. Second place, entry 5041, Lillian Heisel. Third, entry 5033, Lily Inman. Fourth to entry 5047, Michaela Klopp. Fifth to entry 5050, Shelby Bays. Sixth to entry 5026, Anna Webster. Seventh to entry Allison LaConte. Eighth to entry 5042, Kellen Knott. Ninth to entry 5047, Alex LaConte. 10th to entry 5032, Mariah Davidson. Guys, we'll give our judge a minute here to finish up talking to these great juniors, and then we'll bring that senior group in. Seniors, if you're not already at ringside, this is your last call. Your class is about to head into the ring. Please make your way to ringside. As we step into our last heat of showmanship here with our seniors, we would like to say one more big thank you to our judge today, Mr. Patrick Aliff from California, a highly accomplished boar goat exhibitor, judge, and advocate for agricultural education. With over 25 years of experience, Patrick's earned national honors in boar goat exhibitions. He continues to be an influential figure in the industry. As an ABGA certified judge, Patrick actively participates in sanctioned breed shows nationwide, offering expertise and insights that contribute to the integrity and excellence of competitive breeding programs. His passion for agricultural education is evident in his work as a farm operations consultant, where he assists breeders in optimizing their programs for success in both production and show settings. Thank you very much for coming all the way from California, Mr. Patrick Aliff. Let's give him a big round of applause. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. If you are not staying for the open show tomorrow and you are leaving tonight, 15 minutes after the conclusion of this class, we will sign releases in East Hall Suite 2. Again, if you are not staying for the open show tomorrow and are leaving tonight, 15 minutes after the conclusion of this showmanship class, we will sign releases in East Hall Suite 2.
As we get into this division, we've got some excellent showmen here. I've taken a little bit of extra time to make sure that I feel like I get it right. We've got 3 that stand in the top that are super smooth in their movements. They're always on the right side of the goat. They bring the goat to you and they take it back just like they should. They were able to answer questions for me. A couple of them probably excelled in the answer department a little more than our third place individual. Not to take anything away from you, because I think you did an excellent job, but you're a little bit nervous, and I just wanted you to speak to me just a little calmer and a little clearer when you gave me the answers. But I think you did an excellent job. And by the way, the answers you gave me were good answers, okay? If you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to go out. I'm going to circle these one more time, and then I'm going to congratulate our grand and our reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, as he talks to the rest of these kids, let's give an awesome round of applause to our great group of seniors and all of our awesome showmanship contestants today. Your first place senior, entry 5064, Miss Avery Holman from Perryville, Kentucky. Your second place individual, 5053, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma. Third, 5059, Olivia Rosemeyer. Fourth, entry 5051, Christian Stockberger. Fifth, entry 5070, Bethany Urban. Sixth, entry 5057, Grace Ellis. Seventh, entry 5052, Colby Wilson. Eighth, entry 5068, Cooper McCarty. Ninth, entry 5061, Brenton Brasford. 10th, entry 5056, Jaylee Miller. 11th, entry 5063, Halen Everman. 12th, entry 5067, Marissa Chavez. And 13th, entry 5062, Carolina Carner. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you for being with us today for the junior show. We'll see you tomorrow for another great day of the open show at 8 a.m. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The open show class list will be posted in about an hour. Again, open show class list will be up and posted here in about an hour.